Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad voice actors will attempt to survive the treacherous waters of Dungeons and Dragons. I am your host and Dungeon Master Jason Phelps, and I am joined as ever by Robbie, the Great Pyramid Bellekom, Sam, the Great Cuboid Burns, and Ellie, the Great Icosahedron Sparrow.
Yay!
Oh, yes.
We've definitely had icosahedrons in our fucking intro before, I'm just saying.
Have we?
Ellie froze an icosahedron sparrow because
True.
we joked about how it was like a Twitter handle. I remember. That's
Yes.
super weird. We've been doing enough fucking episodes
Look,
that icosahedron
we're going to get
has come
repeats
up
at some
twice.
point.
No,
Besides,
but like, that speaks volumes for how many we're now on. Like,
Yeah.
seriously.
A D20 is an icosahedron. It was going to come back.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, we
Robbie
have...
bought me a unicorn.
Yeah, I was going to say, we have a little guest at this
That's
table today.
today's biggest news.
It's a tiny gold...
I was sad
squeezy.
today, so Robbie bought me a squishy gold unicorn.
Yep.
Apparently you get these little unicorns out the little vending machine in Lidl, and if you get a gold one, it means you've won, and this one's gold, so we've won. I've currently put on Twitter asking the stowaways to name it, so fuck knows what it's going to be called by the break, but I'm here for whatever it might be. So yeah, we have a guest today. It's a very important announcement. It's probably about 5 centimeters tall, just so that you have the visual, and very squishy and happy and adorable. Very sweet.
Here's a little ruler if you want to actually measure it.
Yeah, maybe I will measure it. Who knows? Yeah, more like 4 centimeters actually,
Oh, that's
just to be
adorable.
precise. But it's a friend, and we'll tell you what it's called when the break's over, because I'll decide from all the ones that get submitted on Twitter.
Yes. So, on the subject of unicorns, it's actually been a while since we've seen Scamp's unicorn.
Yay.
And I'm curious whether we will have again in the 6 to 8 weeks of it happening. So, at your discretion of whether or not to spoiler us, future us. Any messages, including knowledge of that, from the future? The answer to that may surprise you. Happy full circle. It's Future Jason with messages from the present. Listen up for a spot from our friends over at Infinite Deer during the break this episode. Remember, come Saturday the 1st of February, we will be performing our first live Flintlocks show at Pod UK from 12 till 1:30 in the auditorium. We'd love to see you there, and actually see you we shall. If you aren't able to make it, the live show will be recorded and will go up on air at a later date. You can also check out the actual play panel held at 10:15 to 11:15 in the panels room with Ellie Sparrow and Maximilian John from the Infinite Bad podcast, where you can learn about setting up your own podcast. Now in its second year, Pod UK is the UK's only fan-focused podcasting convention dedicated to bringing independent podcasting into the spotlight, giving creators a stage, and providing a home for like-minded podcast fans to gather, make friends, and celebrate the works they love. While many UK podcast events focus on the industry, Pod UK focuses on fostering a fun, geek-friendly environment akin to that of the Comic-Cons and VidCons of the world. Pod UK is held at Millennium Point in Birmingham, a perfect travel hub for those in and out of the UK. Or as some US citizens like to call it, Birmingham, which I don't know why, but it always makes me laugh. You can book tickets at rocksaltevents.com/poduk2020. And that's it for announcements this time. Back to you, past Jason. Remember your place. Present. From the present. I mean, sod it. By this point, he's already delivered them. I gotta watch myself. You know, he'll slip in the slightest opportunity to deliver messages about strange contemporaneous events. Although, in a sense, it's always from the past. Always from the past.
My brain hurts.
Speaking of the past, it's time to plunge back into a series of ancient ruins in this week's episode of Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains, brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. kraken, storm, or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs, our party has actually a little bit of downtime. If we were wondering about the chuckling, it's because the gold unicorn is making an appearance.
The unicorn came to listen to the story next to the microphone.
Fair enough.
Very happy.
So the party has a little bit of downtime. Having brought the Sulian Revolution to a point of relative stability, they found that they have the better part of 2 weeks while their ship, the Kraken's Bane, is being fitted out, during which time they need to recruit a crew, finish construction, recruit some officers,
Recruitment episode.
and actually pay for the damn thing, including the cost of getting across the sea. So, in order to help fund that, they've decided to venture back to the mysterious pyramid in the far north, up in the great forest of Meadmere. They've made their way now through 4 layers, if we count the topmost layer where the teleport circle is, of the pyramid, and have 2 layers remaining. They have already faced a number of guardians within, but honestly, having found a lot of it already having been looted, and the loot piled at the bottommost chamber, the party is kind of engaging in a bit of an archaeological expedition as well. So,
I found a brick.
what's the brick's
Called
name?
Kevin.
Kevin the Brick. Kevin is covered with mysterious circular glyphs, which the party have not yet translated.
This is following a conversation just before we got on air of Robbie going, "Right, have I written Kevin the Brick in my notebook?"
And drawn him.
And drawn him. It looks. If you're wondering what he looks like, stowaways, if you watch Ed, and Eddie, it's a lot like Plank in that, but it's a brick, basically.
So, you were just settling down for a short rest in the armory. As I understand it, it is the 3rd of full bloom, from memory. Yes, because it was the second the previous day when Celestia visited a religious drug den.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's not the 3rd. Sorry,
It's the 10th.
It's the 10th. My apologies.
Well, now I have to change my notes, and it's hard to change an RD into a TH.
Sorry, it is the 10th of full bloom, 1798.
When's little Corzin's birthday?
Little Corzin's birthday is... I'll just consult the notes here.
27th.
No.
Oh.
No, it is the 12th of Falling Blossom.
Which is next month.
Okay, we're doing all right then.
The
That's
ship is expected
non-horrifying.
to be completed between the 1st to the 3rd of Falling Blossom.
Yeah. For any stowaways just joining us, this is a really adorable objective. We're trying to get our ship finished and get to Corzin's little one in time for his birthday, because we want to get him a ship for his birthday, because
Yes.
that would be adorable.
Yes. And
So it's all
incidentally his father.
actually unusually wholesome for us, I
Yes.
feel.
We're pretty wholesome when we're not in drug dens.
Yes, that's true.
I don't make this podcast more wholesome. That's not what this character's for.
no.
But you two are wholesome sometimes.
I think even Celestia has her moments.
She does, to be fair. She's not a bard that shags everyone. Although
So-
you
No.
never know what's going to happen in the near future.
You settle down and take some time to rest. By this point, in taking an hour or so, you find that you're probably around mid-afternoon by this point. So if people haven't already rolled hit dice and so on, feel free to do so now.
Gonna have some opium.
Yeah, feel free to smoke some opium. How much opium?
Good temporary hit points, though.
Yes. How much opium do you have remaining?
6 left now.
Excellent. And what is your current addiction
I
level?
don't know, because you told me not to roll any saves.
Oh yes, I did.
We
yeah,
can
because
do
you're
that
you're
now
in the,
if you'd
no,
like.
No, you're right. You're at this point. It's more like abstracting it is more important over a long period.
You said after the next few days downtime, you'll make me roll a few in a row.
Yes. So don't worry about it.
Cool.
Yeah.
I have been keeping track of how many doses I have left, though, and it is 6 now.
Cool. So
but I can. I mean, if you want to roll them now, that's up to you.
No. Don't worry about it. I just remembered that I'd said that. And to be honest, yeah, over a downtime period, better to do it like that.
Yeah, I've had, I think, 3 since downtime started.
Cool.
Because I have one this morning as well.
Yeah. But as you say, we're going to go through like 20 days of downtime, so there's no point in rolling them all individually. Okay. Anything else anyone wants to do during the short rest, or are you? Or shall we?
I will do a song of rest.
Excellent.
Because I have that, because I'm a bard, and I never remember to do it, so I'm going to do that. I do a song called Bastard Robots. It sounds exactly like Bastard Fish, but the lyrics are Bastard Robots.
Bastard robots. We haven't these bloody fucking
robots.
robots.
Robots. Now you get hit points. Let me roll a d8. Where's my d8s? I'll use the ice cream d8. That hasn't got any activity in a while. You get 8 temporary hit points. Well,
Lovely.
8 actual hit points. They're not temporary, I think, with Song of Rest. But yeah, enjoy that.
Combined with all of the other hit dice I must have spent last week in order for me to be this healthy, puts me back up to full.
Excellent.
Same.
Did we loot this room thoroughly? I have forgotten.
You have looted this room thoroughly. You acquired the Shot of Souls.
Oh yeah, the horrifying vampire blood.
And discovered that you don't really... Honestly, like, there's a lot of stuff in here, but it's all long corroded. It would be of great interest to an archaeologist, but maybe not of great price value. So, yeah, like in terms of weight to loot ratio, not a great room outside of that. But you did get a reusable magic item.
Ooh. What was the magic item? I've forgotten.
It was the
Shot of Souls.
The magic item
vampire
is, yes.
ball.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, it drains life in a...
The ball of Blair.
The ball of
There.
It's going to be. It's not going to be funny when I actually have occasion to shoot it, but yeah. For now, I'm just enjoying that.
Yes.
Okay. So, gathering yourselves together, you advance down onto the second layer of the pyramid. Can I have investigation checks, please?
Yes.
We're
Most certainly
stealthing
you
as
can.
well.
Oh,
Do you
and
want
can I have
stealth?
stealth checks? Definitely.
We are definitely
Okay,
stealthing.
I will do the stealth first.
Do stealth first.
Oh, I rolled them together and
Oh,
decided
that's all right.
which one was
I'll
which.
pick
Is
it
that
now.
okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
So investigation is like a 13.
Okay.
Stealth is a 23.
Cool.
17 stealth and
25 stealth.
5 investigation.
Ooh, 7 investigation.
Okay.
None of us see anything, but nobody sees
We're
anything.
hidden.
We don't see each other.
Yeah, you don't see anything, including each other.
Searches in hidden.
Fortunately, you have your. Fortunately, you all have those Ebon God communicators sewn into your clothing.
Oh yeah. Where did you both go? Are you here still?
Wait.
Yeah, we
no.
haven't gone anywhere.
Do you all have them?
Mine's
You
in my
gave-
bandana.
Yes, I couldn't remember if you'd given one to Clara permanently.
Don't think so.
No.
Yeah, 'cause it needs to be
'cause
arranged,
You got
there's
it
no
back.
point.
Yeah, you did
Yeah.
get it back at one. So yeah, you've all got them. So
Yeah,
you
because
can-
Scamps is in the leather on their horn and Cause is in a tricon
Is in
and
his
mine's in
tricon.
the
Yours
in the
bandana. Yeah.
Cool. All right. So you make your way along, and you come across another couple of Again, most of these chambers have been looted already, and as you make your way through, you find that this floor seems almost split in half with rooms that are kind of small and cramped but individual, more on one side, and then larger, almost like dormitories on the other side. There's a number of what seem like maybe workrooms or something that might be used for general purposes. You find ancient, long corroded bronze tools in some of them that what seem to be old workbenches and the like. On the nicer side, you actually come across, one of the things you come across is what, as far as you can tell, is a baths.
Oh.
It's dry. The water has long since evaporated away, but the stone has been polished, smoothed, and there is what appears to just be like a large general bathing area with steps going down into it, and you can see that in one corner there are a set of ancient wooden buckets. They've been kicked over in the course of people looking around for loot. And some, again, ancient long-greened verdigreed copper cauldrons on top of just areas which are blackened with soot. You guess they would have been used to heat the water that would have gone into the baths. With that investigation check, Celestia, you do a bit of a pass around looking for anything worth looting. Most of it's been taken, but you do find in the interior of one of the cauldrons, and it's barely recognisable through the verdigris. You occasionally prestidigitation away a bit of it to make it a bit clearer.
Light it with dancing lights so I can see it.
Yeah, because again, much of the interior. This place actually has windows going to the outside, so it is lit from the exterior. But through the corridors, you're having to use dancing lights.
I don't imagine it's well lit.
It's not necessarily well lit. In fact, frequently in these rooms, you do find small stone sconces in the walls where candles might have been placed once upon a time, but no longer. And in a couple of the old chambers, you've even found small, long corroded copper candle stands. You know, just like the little plates with the spikes on, where you stick one onto it. Yeah. So.
They're really fun.
Yeah, you even find at one point an ancient-looking little oil lamp, and it's just a very crude. It's one of those tiny ones, the ones that are only meant to last a night, where you can put your little finger through the little hoop.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's fun.
I want it. Can I have it?
You can have it, of course.
Take
you can.
a tiny ancient lamp.
Tiny ancient lamp. I rub it. Does anything happen?
You get a bit of green on your fingers.
Robert, you learn nothing from our off-air campaign. One of the stupidest moves that I've ever made in D&D, listeners, was during our off-air campaign. We were in basically Agrabah. Let's not get around the bush. And there was a gold lamp, and I couldn't resist, so I rubbed it, and 10 fire elementals came out of it.
Technically, fire elementals just kept coming out every round until you broke it.
Yeah. I mean, 10 came out, but it really could have been just a lamp of endless fire elementals. We never found out because Jason is
evil,
a terrifying
Yeah.
But it was absolutely my own fault. I do own up to that. But Robbie clearly has learnt nothing from this. Is my point.
On the interior of this cauldron, though, as you prestidigitation away some of the, prestidigitate away some of the verdigris, you can see there is a crude kind of. Well, it's not crude. It's an image of a person, but time has degraded away the features. You can vaguely tell that there is a humanoid image of a figure there. And again, the curious circular script written around it in Celestial.
Did they cook people in these pots?
I think they more just used them to heat water, but...
I like Corzin's version, so I'm going to go with that. But
as far as I'm aware, the ancient Tyrians did not make a habit of cooking and eating people in pots.
But you never know. All sorts of weird people used to cook and eat people in pots, didn't they?
I could try doing the language spell, but it will take me 10 minutes.
I mean, if we're not in a rush...
this is not to say that it never happened, but I think it's unlikely, don't you?
I mean, the Wood Elves are still doing it, don't they?
That's very true.
Although they are creepy as shit, in all fairness.
And
they are generally the exception, though.
The Fae people.
And Anwin, they're eating people as well.
Yeah.
And we had to chop Die up and put him in a cauldron and boil him to bring him back to life. There are all sorts of things, really.
It's a funny old world, isn't it?
Really is.
Yeah. That's one way of putting
it.
Go for it, by all means.
You find yourself suddenly aware of the extensive precedent for cannibalism in these woods.
Oh no, there's these woods. Oh no.
You cast the spell and take the opportunity to look at this So you can also now read the interior of the brick you found. The exterior of the brick you found.
What
Kevin,
does
the brick
Kevin
as well.
say?
Kevin, the meaning
Doesn't say if it says
doesn't
Kevin,
say
I'll
much,
shit
but the
myself.
words scribed on Kevin, translated through the magic, you get meaning but not understanding, as it were. Like, you couldn't tell individual words, but you know that it reads, "Sister, watch over my kiln. May you guide my hand and the flames. Let the dough rise well."
Oh.
The writing on the interior of the cauldron reads, "Cousin, you loved this place and these waters. May you warm those who come after, as these waters warmed you."
Ah.
What does it say? Anything interesting? Doesn't say Kevin, does it?
Yes. No. It's like the little screw. It's sort of a not quite like a prayer or a blessing or something.
Yeah, right.
But also it feels a bit, sometimes you get fancy people parks and someone writes on a bench saying, "For whoever who loved this place."
For Mildred, who loved everyone and everything.
Yeah, well, a wonderful person. And once in a while you get one that says, "For this person who hated this place." Just
I
'cause
always
some people
wanted
are
one of
weird.
those. For
Yeah.
Celestia Stardust, who hated everyone here.
Put it in the Underdark. Just a big bench to sit and watch it burn.
Oh, you'd love a bench in the Underdark saying for Celestia Stardust, who hated everyone and everything here. That'd be perfect.
But it's that sort of thing, I think.
Oh.
So they're like memorials, but also
Memorials is a good-
prayers. Like asking a dead person to watch over
Oh,
something.
it's actually quite sweet.
Yeah. Seems like this was like a whole community that lived in this great big pyramid here.
I suppose somebody must have done before Acedia and the dickhead.
Now they're all dead.
I think it was just a long time ago, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah.
it was they were all
No,
dead
this is
because of
very-
something terrible. I think it's just really
Well-
old.
It
'Cause-
didn't exactly end well, did they? Their empire?
You do
Dunno.
recall, actually, and I realised I left it out of the description of the teleport circle chamber, but outside of the Oculus, where there was the adamantine capstone, around it, as I remember now, on the circular bit of roof, there were essentially what you realised were star charts of constellations that had shifted in position, that suggested this had happened. This place was from an unknown number of thousands of years ago.
Do you think the door full of death was there when they were here?
Or did somebody put it here and that's what got them?
Or maybe this place was built to guard it?
Or maybe it was
Well-
there thousands of years ago and then somebody opened it and it fucked everything up.
Well, possibly, although look at all the different types of people from all the different eras in history that there were animated out there. I don't think that if there were people here, they all just suddenly died at once. That wouldn't make sense. They'd have to have. I don't know what's animating them, but
Door full of death.
oh, that would be my first guess. But
We don't know what's in there, though. You're right.
No, I don't.
no.
I mean, I had a bad thought.
What?
You want to look at it, don't you?
Yeah, I want to look at who made it.
Yeah.
I want to look at it being made.
Well,
Not
that's-
now!
Yeah, maybe save that one until we're not. We're in a better position.
No, but once we've dealt with everything,
Can you look back at non-scribable locations?
I can do objects past the door's technically an object.
But is it scribable? Is that...
Well, it can be
I don't know,
Sanctum. We
actually.
were able to teleport into here.
Yeah, but there's not to say that downstairs isn't sanctumed.
That's true.
You can make little things sanctum, like
I mean, I
carriages.
I went back to the past,
You were there, weren't you?
but I did the whole body swapping
Yeah.
situation.
But I would have thought you could look back on a place if you can do that to a place.
You definitely went to the future on that occasion.
Oh,
not
that was
the past.
the future.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm going mad.
Yes.
No, that was the future. I don't know.
So there's a possibility it's not sanctumed in the future. If it is sanctum now, which it may or may not be. Too many thoughts. We'll try it.
That's bizarre. Well, I suppose the easy way to test it would be one of us stand outside and try to send to someone who's inside.
Or message even.
Yeah.
Or message. Oh no, if it goes through a sanctum, that's no good.
Yeah, if you're inside a sanctum together, you're okay, I think.
Yeah.
But if you try and go through a sanctum door, you won't be able to message. Is that right, DM?
Yes, you can't message into a sanctum, but you
if
can
you're both in
message
the sanctum
within
together,
it. Yes.
you can message to each
The
other.
sanctum essentially creates a bubble of impermeable magic.
Because I think that's how we played it with Celestia and Sander.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
you
they,
could once
they
you're
could
within.
sit within the church and message to each
Yeah.
other, but say if you had a door between you that was sanctumed, you
Yeah,
couldn't.
it essentially separates you off from the outside world, but also, as some unintended consequence, completely shuts down all dimensional magic even within it. So you can't even Misty Step inside a sanctum.
Cool.
Oh, interesting.
But this is clearly an unintended side effect of the sanctum because, well, it's
What
never
about
come up.
when we were fighting Ascidian?
Spells all off.
Did you teleport during that fight? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
I don't either. It's a bugger, isn't it?
I was in a hole for ages.
You were. I'm trying to remember if you teleported
I
out of
don't
it.
think I did. I think I
Well,
climbed out.
I think you did.
He used magic to confuse us.
I got
so,
stabbed right here by spikes. And
no, it
here.
was fucking bad.
And here. Maybe here, but that might be a different one.
You know, I regret nothing of brutally
This one's
murdering
the
him.
dragon.
It's maybe the person
Roll
I've killed that I
intelligence
regret the
checks,
least.
Natural 20.
Yes!
Actually, no, that one wasn't. That one wasn't from Ascidian. That one, I believe, was. Gosh, I think that was from the Grim.
Oh, no, those are
That-
dog's teeth.
Yeah,
That's the grim.
Gross.
I think you did get bitten by the Grim or one of the.
You did,
yeah,
definitely.
at
I
one point.
remember.
Everyone
So yeah,
did.
Corzin did a
yeah,
lot.
that scar is from the Grim.
God, we are all covered in scars, aren't we? If you
Like
think about it.
healing magic will usually get rid of a scar, but sometimes it will leave like a tiny trace of one
Oh.
if it was particularly deep injury.
Also, it depends how much you heal with healing magic.
Yeah, because the thing is,
we
if you
often,
only heal,
we often heal a bit of the way.
but you'll
with
still
healing
have like a
magic.
bit of injury, and that will then heal
Yeah.
naturally. So sometimes you do have light scars.
Like, we're usually trying to conserve spells, so we heal a bit with healing magic,
I
but we
think
don't
that
really heal all
probably
the way.
happened after
Yeah.
that fight.
Yeah.
We don't have a
Yeah.
strong healer.
Yeah.
No, like, we have healing magic, but it would take quite a lot of spells to heal somebody up to full.
Yeah. So you've got you've got some small scars here and there from this.
Many scars. This is where I fell over and grazed my knee.
Oh. Well, that's a much more normal one. Which
kept
one's your
scratching it.
favourite?
Dragon!
There are some very faint white marks where literally just dragon. I think it was claws
It
rather
got
than teeth.
infected.
Yeah.
It's legitimately terrifying. I'm really glad that you dealt with it.
Yeah. Just remember to tell people next time.
Yeah, please tell people when you're injured. I hate that you got bit by a dragon trying to find me. That's really scary.
It was pretty fun though. We got to fly and we were invisible and there were some other people and then we just went, nope, and they left.
Yeah, it was
Right.
one of those weird, like, military situations you only ever read about.
It was like they saw us, went, nah, and we saw them and went, nah, so we both left.
You just flew past each other.
Yeah, we just like,
Basically,
this is
yeah.
no one wants that.
That's hilarious.
It was great.
I mean, I suppose if they're invisible and the person who's leading the troop has decided not to go for it, they're not going to tell anyone, are they?
No.
No.
That's very funny. You must have looked quite scary.
Yeah.
Possibly it
I
was
mean,
the fact
at
that
the
we'd just
very
flown
least.
past a dragon.
Super
Yeah.
weird.
I mean, super massive weird.
And we weren't really looked like we were on either side, particularly. We were just weirdos in the middle of a battlefield.
Huh. Yeah, I probably would have done the same thing in that situation.
Yeah, he was carrying on. I was like,
Nope,
nah,
no thank
nah.
you.
You pick your way onwards through the chambers. When again, Corzin, you got the highest passive perception. You hear the
Oh no!
sounds.
We hide.
Yeah.
Hold
So
up.
using your existing stealth checks, you hurry into one of the rooms and cluster and just hide, extinguishing the dancing lights. And again, one of those relatively large bronze, shiny bronze balls, which is the curled up bronze reaper, just rolls past. Down the corridor and around and on.
I hate them. I hate them so much.
I'm sorry, I'm too busy giggling because Robbie's just made a vagina out of silly putty. So
I'm sorry.
Why?
I'm
We are
taking this really
professionals.
Why
seriously.
you're all doing all the serious good acting and being like, oh, it's fine, I'm Scamp. You just made a vagina out of silly putty, held it up to me and went, vagina. So,
I'm a grown-up.
this is what happens when Robbie is in person with me and Jason,
Yeah.
listeners. They're a fucking idiot. I love them dearly.
Right, so
What
You
were you saying
continue-
in
There's a metal
character?
evil ball.
Oh, shit.
you hired the ball continues past, and
Is it the same one as before?
No, the other one was smashed.
well,
No,
the one
there was the
before.
first one.
Yeah.
Roll a perception
I
check.
do want to.
Perception.
Is that
Yeah,
allowed?
anyone who wants to check.
Yeah, this is the same
Ooh,
course.
17 is my favourite number today. Hang
That's
on.
a 2.
That
Just
is
20.
a 19. Yeah. No, dirty 20. Sorry.
2 dirty 20s and a 2.
Yeah.
Okay,
You rolled a tenth of what we did.
with the dirty 20 specifically. Okay, so Celestia, you got the 19.
No, I got
No, you got the
dirty
dirty
20.
20,
I added it wrong.
and
I'm
Corzin
sorry.
got the 19, wasn't it?
No, they both got
No,
it.
we
got
both
both
got
dirty
dirty
Okay.
20.
Here's the thing. The Reaper looks as shiny and well made as if it was the day it came out of the forge. It's clearly made to a specific design. But at some point you can see that this one was designed. There's something just slightly different. Just the shaping of the bronze petals, something about it, and it's a very, very subtle change that makes you think this isn't exactly the same as as the one you saw upstairs. It's like it looks almost exactly the same, but in the way that even two reproductions of the same piece of art can look slightly different if they've been done by hand as opposed to like by a machine.
So it feels like maybe this is a number 3 rather
Yeah,
than number
this
1.
feels like number 3 rather than number 1.
That's
Well-
not the same one, is it? There's 3 of them.
Oh no.
All right.
Well, there's 2 now.
Well, yeah,
Sure.
now
The
there's 2.
wheelbarrow.
Unless there's another one floating about somewhere.
Oh yeah, it's always possible.
And the ideal thing, I suppose, would be to completely avoid them and go downstairs and nick all the stuff without being seen.
This is actually a relevant point. Did you pile the remains of the one upstairs into the wheelbarrow
I mean,
and push it? And are you pushing it with you,
considering-
or did you leave it up in the armory?
Oh, that I don't know. I mean, I guess.
Because it was just a pile, and you can have piled that into the wheelbarrow and be taking it with you.
Yeah, I think we spoke possibly off air about the mechanics of transporting the bits.
Yes. Yeah. You
And,
basically
yeah,
all
the
go into a
wheelbarrow.
wheelbarrow. Like, it will fill one
Well,
wheelbarrow.
maybe stuff it, like surround it with some fabric or something so it doesn't rattle quite so much.
Yeah, that'd
Yeah,
be
yeah,
good.
you like you stuff it with some fabric. It's not making a lot of noise. But I just wanted to know if you're taking it with you or if you left it up
I just
there.
realised what the fuck I'm talking about in my notes from last time, and I'm really pleased. I've written 550 gold worth of silver chits, which is, of course, the counters from the little
From the
valuable
backgammon
game that we
gambling
had from the
place.
backgammon game. I read it as 550 gold worth of silver shits for like ages and had no idea what the fuck I'd written last week.
Oh dear.
Excellent.
So I'm glad that it was silver chits and I've worked that out. Thank you for coming on this journey with me. Please continue on with the game.
Question about this this new Guardian that we've seen though.
Yeah.
Is it possible to have a look at where it is going so that I can study
Yes.
its patrol pattern?
You would need to try and follow it because you've only seen it go along this corridor. But if you want to make a stealth check and try and go after it for a bit,
Well, which way did it turn
it
off this corridor?
continued down the corridor, and I'm going to say went right. It
Alright.
seems it came from the opposite end of the corridor. Like you could try and hustle after it, but it's moving quite fast. So
Well, that's-
so if you wanted to, because it's not worried about being stealthy. So if you wanted to follow it, I'd need you to make a stealth check at disadvantage.
Well, would its path even just suggest whether it was going up or down?
It appears to be going along this corridor, but again, like the other one, you guys have been down on this floor for a good 20 to 30 minutes before you encountered it.
Okay.
So it seems to have a long patrol route.
All right. I'd say give that a minute or two and then move on.
Yeah. Keep
Yeah,
an
I'm
ear
with
out for it.
All right.
Wherever those things are going, they've got a long route.
Wherever they're going, I don't want to go.
No.
The pyramid is fairly extensive, so you feel like it. If you were just taking like a fairly brisk walk or like a short or like a gentle jog around, which is the kind of pace these things are moving at when they're not speeding, you would not be surprised if it took you like over an hour to do a full circuit of every floor.
So it could be that their route is like at least an hour long.
Yeah, you're not really sure though.
That'd make sense given how long it took the first one to turn up.
Yeah, I guess we've just got to keep an eye.
Yep.
So, you continue searching, and you get... Actually, can I ask for a new set of investigation checks, please?
Yes.
Yeah.
And,
That's a 1.
cool. Because you bypassed... And actually, because you bypassed that encounter, I'll ask for a new stealth checks as well, please.
Natural 20.
Excellent.
15.
That's a new
Okay,
stealth
stealth
check.
is 17, but investigation's decidedly a 1, so apparently I'm not with it.
Stealth
15
is,
on stealth.
Stealth is a 12, but they do have disadvantage to see me.
Cool. All right, so
And they don't make noise.
you continue searching along, and on the far... You kind of doing a bit of a circuit. So you go into the more cramped, rougher, more dormitory-style side. And you find a number of rooms like the one that I'm about to describe. They're not wide so much as long. They have narrow amounts of light filtering in from the slim windows in the side through the side of the pyramid. And there are many reed mattresses packed close together. These beds do not have raised platforms above the ground in the ways that some would. And there is a narrow pit in the centre of all of these mattresses filled with ashes. There is a stack of crude clay bowls in one corner, and in examining them you find traces of what looks like ancient mashed grain, long since rotted away. Searching around, there's very little of value, but you do find in one corner of this room, underneath one of the ancient mattresses, the floor has been scratched with crude representations of faces, like a child's scrawlings, and over-exaggerated features to distinguish between them. One with a bushy beard, a huge nose, thick eyebrows. There are hundreds of these, and they've clearly not all been drawn by the same hand. These are not beautifully carved things. These look like they've been scratched in the stone, possibly with another stone, or maybe with a tool, like a knife rather than a specific carving tool.
Is this some sort of memorial?
Maybe.
Or is this some sort of barracks or something, and every time somebody died they would draw the face?
A lot of stuff we've come across so far seems to be kind of memorial in nature, but...
Yeah, I know that's a bit grim, but it was the thing that first came to mind.
Makes sense.
If you're in a situation where you're all in a place you don't want to be in and people are dying and you don't have a way to have a funeral, it would seem pretty nice as a tradition that somebody draws them.
Or maybe there's some sort of belief that the spirit hangs around here and that you need to do something to honour it, because it feels like there's memorials everywhere on everyday objects,
True.
so it could just be part of the culture.
Yeah.
I mean, death is a bit weird here.
Death
Like,
is so weird here.
But like, if we assume that this door was here way before any of this was, you would end up with some pretty weird death traditions, wouldn't you?
I think it's connected to the top of the pyramid, so I think it's safe to assume it's been here as long as the pyramid.
Probably. It's weird. I'm not sure I like it.
I don't like it.
You search past these quarters, and there are mattresses, but they are stacked right next to each other. These would have been cramped conditions for whoever lived here. Very different to the more elaborate chambers of those on the higher levels. But as you loop round, you do find on this chamber near the... Again, looping round back towards the nicer area, there is one room which is again sealed with a bronze door.
What's the death door?
The death door was made of adamantine.
Okay, so it's not also bronze.
No.
But look, seriously.
This one, the bronze is not fresh, it is long verdigreed. And again, you're in a case where you can see a lock which clearly had some sort of key to go in it. It's similar to the one that you found for the armory. But again, it looks like it's probably rusted from time.
Can you try cleaning it and try unlocking
Yeah,
it?
sure.
And then we'll make a huge amount of
Prestidigitation.
noise
Okay, you
and
clear
bring
it.
the robot friend down on us.
I mean,
Clear out a bunch
probably.
of stuff. Green dust flies into the air. I'll cough it out.
Okay.
Give me a Thieves' Tools check.
14.
14. Again,
Yep.
this is solidly jammed shut.
Balls it up again.
Like
Fuck
this,
it.
just time.
Was probably
Time
rusted.
and an unfamiliar locking mechanism.
Can we break the lock?
Probably.
Let's try breaking the lock rather than the whole door this time.
All right,
Oh,
hang on. I've got an
George,
idea.
very well.
I've got an idea. He takes out his belaying pin, and also takes out the adamantine tipped arrow, and he's going to use the belaying pin basically as a hammer in order to try and force out the locking mechanism.
Celestia like recoils when you get the arrow out.
You all right?
Yeah, I didn't tell you at the time, but that would be a Rothnal arrow.
He looks down at it like, no shit.
Yeah, I didn't want to tell you my name, so I didn't mention it. But
You can
that's Mum's arrow. That is.
Yeah, in Elven, on this side, it says Rothnal, and there's even a tiny copy of the house crest. The Elven letter
Star.
R, like a little 5 or S shape inside a 5-pointed star. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is the shaft of the arrow also adamantine?
The whole arrow is made of adamantine.
The whole thing is pure
Yeah.
adamantine.
It's adamantine alloy. Like, it's not pure adamantine, but it's the stuff that looks suspiciously like wood steel,
Alright.
and is really and is tough and functionally is adamantine for statistical purposes.
Alright, after Corzin has done this, he is going to take out Riptide and attempt to file that off.
Oh. Okay. I'd say you're using adamantine on adamantine. I don't need to check for it. It just takes time, and you get a small amount of adamantine dust.
Right, okay, well, that's going to be possibly valuable to someone, and hopefully, well, it's the best we can do with something that might actually be useful.
It's not a Rothnal arrow anymore.
No.
That was sort of fantastic, actually. Kind of love it. Good call.
I understand why you didn't tell me before, but I'm glad you did now.
I hadn't known you that long when we found it.
Quite so.
It's only been like a week or something. It's a pretty big secret.
I'd had it for years. But
Weird.
it's these things you pick up from time to time. I always just thought if I found the right buyer for it, it was a easy amount of money.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, probably.
In all fairness.
So,
Anyway, does
Give me-
the attempt to knock out the
I'd like you to give me... It's not athletics, but I'm going to alter the DC accordingly. Just give me a strength check, please.
a strength check?
Yeah.
Okay. Natural 1, but lucky.
Oh.
Okay, that's 14.
I'm going to add a d4.
Yes. Okay, add your d4.
A whole 2.
2 more.
16.
Yeah.
Makes a difference. So, you...
Do I whack my thumb? Is that it?
yeah, so you kind of into place. You pull back the delaying pin. You miss. You thwack your own thumb, and as you're kind of closing your mouth and trying not to scream, you flinch to the side and accidentally smack the side of the arrow with the belaying pin. It clunks into it and somehow just manages to just perfectly enough that it unlodges something broken in the lock, and you hear a
Well, I think that did it. Oh,
How do you always do this?
what?
You always fuck something up and then it works magically. It's crazy.
I whacked my thumb. I hadn't called. Oh, never mind.
No, but you're always like, oh, I've got something in my eye, and then suddenly this magically works.
You know how sometimes I want something to happen so it does?
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel that same feeling, but I've got nothing to do with it, and it's usually these things. I think he's changing the world without knowing.
Well, it's not something I'm actively choosing to do. From what you said, that your thing is you actively want something to happen and then it does.
Yeah, but it's just like a ripple you feel sometimes.
This
well,
is
it's
super creepy.
it's just a thing that halflings are blessed with, it seems. I
Halfling
mean,
luck.
I think it's real.
I think it is a thing. I mean, if
Well,
you're
if Nora
saying
was
you can
anything to
feel
go by.
it's actually quite scary.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh well.
Yay, let's never talk about this again. Perfect.
No, I mean, seriously though, the amount of small children he had around him half the time, and none of them ever had anything bad happen to them, even though he had loads of potentially dangerous stuff around it. Now that I come to think about it,
Yeah, it is sort of... I mean, the way you talk about this man, I'm surprised all the children around him were still alive.
well, I was one of them at one point.
Were they all halflings?
Shiny Corzin.
Yeah, I think most of them were. There were some other types of folk as well, but
Oh,
yeah,
I wonder if it's contagious.
Does it
I
like
think it was-
multiply?
I think it was just a place everyone knew they'd be safe.
Oh. That's nice. Should we open this horrifying door?
I feel like we're probably procrastinating.
We
aren't
are totally
You
procrastinating.
pull open the door. There's kind of it's worked in around the lock. There's like handholds that you can pull on, and with a heavy sort of, it exposes a dark room beyond. Flitting in the lights, you can see there is a long chamber. This does not back up against a wall on the exterior of the pyramid, so there is no light in this natural light in this chamber. But you can see that there are places for candle sconces to be placed. But the walls of this chamber are covered, floor to ceiling, with wooden pigeonholes, filled with hundreds and hundreds of what appear to be tablets of baked clay.
Huh.
The tablets are filled with the complex circular writing of what you've identified as celestial.
How long since I cast?
It's
Comprehend
been
language?
more than 10 minutes.
It's
You
an
need to-
hour,
Yeah.
comprehend
Oh,
language.
an hour. Okay, I'll say that it's not
not
been
gonna
that.
check that.
Yeah, it's not been that long. It has been like half an hour because you got 40 minutes because you did hide from the
Oh, yeah,
thing
fair.
at one point. So you got 20 minutes left on this.
Yeah, duration 1 hour.
So before you need to do it again. And you can see that at the far end, there is actually also a simple wooden desk and seat, as well as what appears to be a small brick oven and a little wooden box on the desk.
Ugh.
I want to look at the box.
Start reading tablets.
You move in and take a look. You crack open the box. Well, it's not even a creak, it just slips open. It is filled with what almost look like a bit like your first instinct is scalpels, but then you realise no, the ends are blunted. These are bronze styluses suitable for writing into soft clay.
Oh, cool.
They are ancient, but you
they
can, if you wish,
expensive?
have a box. Maybe to a collector, it might be worth a few bob, but you don't know how much.
I'll say pick it up
Yeah, take a
for
bronze.
unless we find something
Yeah,
better.
take a box of bronze.
Gunter might want some of these.
Yeah, I mean, they're cool.
So, there are a lot of tablets here. So, Scamp, you're the only one who can do this. I'd like you to make me an investigation check, please.
This is not going to go well.
And I want a sense of how long you want to spend.
That's alright, it'll be fine. I'll give you a wink. Inspiration, have some.
Hey, I'm going to need it. I might use it because otherwise
Go
that's
for it.
really bad. It's D8, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it's still pretty terrible.
It's still quite bad.
7!
Oh,
7. Okay, you kind
Lord,
of
that is
you
bad.
start looking through.
with inspiration, it was 7.
You start
Oh,
looking.
two.
Oh dear. You start looking through for the next 20 minutes. That you've got
Yeah, I'll
the
do
spell
the
left.
20 minutes of the spell.
Oh boy, there are a lot of tablets here. So you kind of skim through them a bit as you're going through.
Blah, blah, blah.
Most
blah,
of
blah.
these are essentially administrative records. There are population censuses. There are tax records. There is land ownership records.
Blah, blah, blah.
Like this would be probably valuable to an archaeologist, but probably, but you don't know which bits would be valuable to an archaeologist. It's difficult to pick through. If you wanted to spend more time than to go through it, then I will say, based on your check, I will tell you how many hours you will need to search through before you find something of interest. But if you wanted to sit down and just go through this for a while until you found something that was not tax records, or which might be immediately useful to you, you can.
How long are we willing to spend here?
It's
Wait,
about 4 in the afternoon.
Not in a huge rush, are we?
You've got 3 hours
Not
of daylight.
really.
Can we shut this door so Robot Friend doesn't come past or
That's a
come
very
in?
good idea. Can we
Okay.
shut the door?
Yeah.
There are handles on the side. And you seal yourselves in, working by the
just
purple
thinking
light.
There might be something about the big black door or where they all left and went to.
I confess
Yeah,
I'm
that-
very curious.
Well, yeah, that would be useful information to know. Although it is something, isn't it, that even however many thousands of years old this is, the most reliable records are still taxed records.
Yeah.
Historically, this is totally the case, by the way.
Totally a thing. Yeah, very much.
Okay.
All right, let's see if there's any sconces in here or
There are-
other forms of light.
There
I've
are
got
places to put
I've got a magic light.
candles. Oh, but you, and in fact,
I've
yeah,
got some
like
glowy
with dancing
stones.
lights as well.
yeah, you got the dancing lights up, but you also take the mage stone, and place it. And there's actually one kind of the sconces are raised in places where they kind of naturally reflect the light off the white stone ceilings. So by positioning the dancing lights up in those and placing the mage stone up, the whole room is actually fairly well lit, and you're able to start. I'm guessing so you guys probably assist Scamp, although you can't read a lot of this. You can assist in just organising and doing the
And just
research.
getting them things.
And just getting
Yeah.
things, yeah. So Scamp, I'd like you to make a new investigation check with advantage with the others assisting you.
Uh-oh.
and putting things in piles where they tell us to and stuff like that.
Here we go again. Oh, 120! Oh, thank fuck. We're going to be here for days otherwise.
You continue working for the next hour, just skimming through,
No.
kind of organising, kind of
No.
setting the tablets aside. You kind of work through 30% of the records, 40%, like 50%, still very dry sense of stuff. And just through
Anything
the
yet?
door, you hear
Hide.
there's a pause in the ticking.
Put out the lights.
Yeah.
The lights go out.
Hide.
Yeah.
I'm
take
using
cover
your
behind
stealth checks
something.
from before.
Oh no!
You can
disadvantage
just
to see me,
see the silhouette of the figure, just in the of this ball, and in a difference in the darkness. There's a moment where it rises up, deploys onto its little 4 legs, looks in, seems to tilt its sightless eyes, turns around, closes the door behind it. You hear the sound of it rolling up again. Continuing on.
Hate it. Hate it.
The worst.
How long was it before it came round?
In total, you think it was probably about an hour and 20 minutes.
Okay.
You want to say? So the lights, you put the lights back on, and you spend another 20 minutes before, we're just with steady organisation, you find something which stands out from the rest. Sorry?
What was the population approximately? You said there was a census.
Yes, there was. Okay, so
It's just curious.
yeah, so actually with that investigation check,
It was a 21, if you want to have my modifier as well
yeah,
as the
so
natural
you
20.
also learn a bit of information. So this was kind of reading between the lines. This appeared to be one of multiple cities, forming a sort of less a nation state in the modern sense, but an alliance of city-states bound together by shared dynastic links and religion, as far as you can tell. This city seemed to be the largest of them. It had a population at its height of around 80,000 people, or maybe 300,000. It's hard to tell where they're counting like people living out on farms versus people in the city. So, but regardless, it was a very high population for
the
several
area
thousand
it is,
years ago. But it seems like there were maybe an alliance of like 12 minor cities or so associated with it, with lower populations. But it was functionally an empire of some description. There's annoyingly little information as to the nature of the empire or its citizens. That wasn't felt to be necessary to include in the tax records. You can tell that this place was whatever government was here was responsible for collecting taxes, mostly in goods and so on, using silver as a measure of accounting rather than necessarily a means of exchange. Although there is a point where the tax records change to incorporate the provision for larger armies, and then silver starts to become a lot more important as organised soldiers become important. And as time goes towards the end of them, reading between the lines, bad things happen.
Oh dear.
Harvests get worse. There are suddenly larger demands and requests for bronze, for copper and tin. There are records setting the establishment of more forges, of more armories.
Sounds like a war.
And
Doesn't it?
You send all your farmers to
there's
war.
one point where records are sent of sending large portions of food and supplies off to one of the subject cities. Something goes wrong. And eventually you find a tablet jammed into one of the pigeonholes a little more unsteadily than the rest, almost as if it was more of a temporary place to stick something than intended to be put in that record hole.
Oh, this one's in the wrong place.
Unlike the rest of the records, this is a letter.
Ooh.
It reads, and the wording is slightly strange because of the way that the translation works to gives meaning. My sister, behold, the enemy is already upon our lands, our farms, and have done terrible things to our people. Lugash is burned by fire from the sky, and Kugorit has been swept beneath the rising earth. Our armies are still clashing with the bronze of Murad-Din at Eshkirig's remains. Our navies are now helpless before Sirsa. Yet Daru and Eldrak Shapur now come for our city. Send what aid you can. Send any armies that yet remain. Hold them off, or flee here to the heart before all is buried.
Ooh.
Did you tell us this?
Yeah.
Moradin is the one the dwarves always talk about, isn't it?
They were fighting the dwarves, yeah.
Like they were always like, you know the way people go by the region, they go, oh, Moradin.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a very common dwarven deity, although I don't recognise the other names, though.
I'm going to assume, do I?
Roll a religion check.
I might, because Underdark. So. Ooh, that's pretty good, actually. Hang on. That is 23.
23. You know that Moradin is kind of the only main... Like, it is the major dwarven deity and is canonically in their religion dead.
Ha!
You know that Moradin was legendarily killed by the giants, which is why dwarves and giants don't historically get on. Not that there are many giants left, because dwarves kind of won that war along with the aid of the elves. And you know that there are other deities in the dwarven pantheon, but they're all kind of subordinate to.
And how
Moradin.
long ago is that? Like, if they're talking about Moradin like they're alive,
like
how long ago would that make that?
With the 23, you know from reading your memory, kind of aided by the recollection that the eye gives you.
Yeah.
You remember references to dead Moradin at the time of the Tyrian Empire, even at the time of the Tyrian Republic, before the schism which separated off the Drow from the High Elves.
Fucking hell, if Moradin's alive.
There are... You have never heard of Circe. You've never heard of cities or people or places or whatever like Eshkirig, Circe, Daru, or Eldrak Shapur. Lugash and Kugurit, though, are mentioned in the tax records as subject cities.
What's this city called?
You look through and you do actually find a record, mention of it. This is Kibir Nagash. Kibir Nagash.
Huh. Why is that familiar?
Does that sound familiar to you?
It does.
Yeah, I may have said it before.
Uh-oh.
Is that in...
Roll an intelligence check if
I'm
you
trying
want,
to work out
a
if it's
memory
in
aid.
character or out of character familiar.
I wouldn't have mentioned it out of character.
Okay.
So it has.
Can I roll? And see
Yeah,
if I
roll an
can
intelligence
remember?
check if you want to try a memory aid.
Ooh, that's pretty good actually. That's an 18.
Okay, so
No, 19.
19.
Sorry.
Again, this probably isn't something you would have remembered, but with the aid that comes from the eye, you have it's much easier to recall things from your past. So you recall. I'm trying to see if I can find the exact wording of this. Okay. I can't find the wording of this, but you do remember, I think it was in Ascidian's diary,
Yes.
a translation of declaring of reading the Celestial written on the exterior obelisks that encircle this place,
Ah.
that this is Kibir Nagash.
Okay.
Good memory.
Yeah, I relay that.
Let me see if I can find the exact wording.
But also, if they're talking about Moradin being alive, that's
Well, they-
properly before the elves split up and everything. That's ages
Well,
ago.
we did see pictures that could have been various elves.
Yeah, it
didn't
could have
we?
been drow.
They aren't talking about it in sort of like slightly fancy terms. Like they might refer to the Drow now as the army of Arachne.
Maybe.
But the Arachne's a living god still, so
Actually, also, that wouldn't work. Because the thing is, the spider gods only really happened after the drow went underground.
Alright.
That was what it was as a story. I don't know how much of this is true and how much of it is religious bollocks, but this is what I was taught. So the drow and the high elves had some sort of fight. We don't really know what. And then the drow went underground and they couldn't survive because it was rubbish down there, so they made friends with the spider gods. And the spider gods basically demanded sacrifices in exchange for keeping them alive. So the spider gods only really happened after they went underneath.
Alright.
Here we go. You recall now the passage in Cedian's diary. 8th Falling Fruit, 1790R. I never thought my church school education would ever actually come in use. The obelisk is written in a very archaic form of Celestial, proclaiming these lands to belong to something or somewhere, Celestial pronouns are ambiguous, called Kibir Nagash.
I relay that.
That's all you have.
okay.
That's very strange. So
Alright.
it could be a person or an entity that it's named after.
It could be. Or it could just be... I mean, I'm understanding it as a word that sounds like a name, so it doesn't have a literal meaning like...
Like if someone's called Dickhead or something.
Yeah, but sometimes like a place is called Hill Road.
Yeah, or like Grey Lake or something.
Yeah. It doesn't have a literal meaning, otherwise I think I'd get that.
Alright.
But it could just be pretty letters.
Nice to know where we are.
Yeah, nice to have a name anyway.
Yeah.
I'm going to take this one with us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Feels like it could be
Good
useful
thought.
to know. There's some
I
good
mean,
place
heck, if we
names
could
here.
take this to the right scholar, they might be able to tell us exactly what sort of dialect of Celestial it is.
Yeah,
Okay.
someone might have heard of some of these places.
You
Yeah.
take the. Please mark down on your sheet, clay tablet, the last letter of Kibir Nagash.
I like this music.
Thank you. I've recently updated the soundtrack.
Oh, I can tell it's lovely.
We've got a little bit of extra Kevin MacLeod in. For those of you who aren't aware, and I always put this, it's in the attributions for every episode. The music we use is a combination from 4 sources: Sirenscape, which is the music player for the series ever since like episode 40 or so, and there's a lot of Kevin MacLeod. There's also some Shane Ivers. There is a lot of Mark van der Meulen.
Whoa.
All of the really gothic violin stuff.
Oh, I
that's
love
Mark
that
van der
stuff.
Meulen.
Thank you, Mark van der Meulen.
Thank you,
for
all of
giving
you.
us permission
Yes.
to use
Yes,
these.
and Shane Ivers, and also Kevin MacLeod.
Yes. So, you continue onwards. This is pretty much it for this floor. You're down. You move on finally.
I think we just keep working down.
Yeah, to the last floor, the final
Just-
floor.
Just thinking, there's no accurate way to measure time well enough to know when the Guardian's next due.
You don't have a watch and you're indoors.
Yeah, that was what I
I
was
guess give me an intelligence. Maybe I don't know if this would be intelligence or wisdom. I guess this would be a wisdom check.
thinking. Alright, Corzin is going to try and do this, because if
Yeah.
he gets even vaguely close, it's going to be useful. Okay, that's... if it's just straight wisdom, that's 11.
You feel like the Guardian will pop by sometime within the next half hour to an hour.
Right, okay.
Like based on how long you think time has passed. So
Dead reckoning here, but I think we've got absolute top whack an hour.
Okay. What's the bottom whack?
Half?
Half. The phrase bottom whack is a little bit funny.
It's hilarious.
I will thank you if you don't teach that to little Corzin just yet.
Oh, don't tempt me. He's going to be on the same ship as both of us for like months on end to Sunder. We're going to corrupt him terribly.
okay.
I think, yeah, well, it's comforting to me that we'll all be in the same place.
You make your way onwards. Can I have... I think this will be one last set of stealth and investigation checks, please.
Oh, natural 20 on the stealth.
Investigate.
No one sees me.
Oh, my investigation's a 1.
And I see nothing.
Another
9
one.
on
One's
the
my
stealth.
favourite today. And my investigation is a whole 10. No, 11. Sorry.
Also 11
And
on
a
investigation.
6 on the
Oh,
investigation.
no, hang on. I did decide. I already said investigation's a 1.
Yeah.
Stealth is an 11. Sorry.
Stealth is a 26 with a natural 20.
Cool.
Investigation is 11.
Corzin, what was your investigation?
My investigation was 6.
Cool, so that's an
Oh,
11, a
God.
6 and a
Obviously
1.
too
investigation?
preoccupied with trying to keep an idea in his head of how much
Yeah.
time has passed.
And a 9, 11 and natural 20 for stealth.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you guys make your way down to the final floor.
Did I cast Mage Armor?
You did.
I think
Okay.
you
That
did.
is still active.
Because
So-
you remembered halfway through a battle last time, we're like, I'm going to do that because
Yep.
I'm going to die. So,
All right. So you make your way down to the final level. Within the... So about 10 minutes into the search, the bottom chambers seem to be... A lot of them have been ransacked already, but there are less of them down here. Many of them seem to be private chambers or specific workshops. There are a number of things which look almost like maybe vestries or places for storing clothing or equipment which have been ransacked. The valuables either presumably loaded into a Cedian's throne room or maybe taken away by the previous bunch to have looted this place. As you do recall, there was a group who came here before Cedian as well. That said, you do after about 10-15 minutes find a workshop which stands out as there's a few things still left in it, and it appears to be in a clay sculptor's workshop. There are a number of unfinished clay nails similar to the one that you found hidden upstairs.
Oh, with all the writing on.
Yeah, and statuettes of figures still to be baked. They're kind of like slumped a bit from time. Some of the figures have their heads painted in some sort of silver white sort of glaze or pigment or something. You can see there is a nail which was finished but was never baked. It's a bit cracked with time, but you still got comprehend languages up, Scamp. So you can read that it says, "Mother, may your wisdom guide your children and your grandchildren ever after."
They were really weird about death here.
Also, this all looks like it was left in a hurry.
You're
Things
right.
aren't baked, things aren't finished. It's not like we've prepared and we've left. This is like we're interrupted.
Yeah, drop everything and run kind of.
But
left.
nothing's been broken or... I mean, it looks like this place has been looted, but not at the time looted.
No, that's the thing. Like, it wouldn't all be left here, would it?
So why did they leave and no one came? So they left in a hurry.
Looks like it.
But whoever was following or caused them to leave, they didn't come here. They didn't
They didn't
ransack.
take things.
Or,
You know?
yeah.
They didn't do any damage if they came.
What if somebody opened the door and they were all massive zombies and they stopped what they were doing?
Well, that does make a worrying amount of sense for why nothing here has been touched. If they arrived here and just died before they could actually do anything, I mean, what an invading army would usually do is take anything of value.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're a zombie, you don't really...
But they would have had to
No.
fight to get here.
True. Weird.
Are any of the undead we saw outside the people who were here, do you think?
Could
Are any
be.
of them that old?
I don't know, but
There were people with the mammoth. They're super old.
True.
yeah, but that was just pre-Tyrion. This is much older, and I'm thinking, all right, given what we did with the undead upstairs, and they didn't come back, you know, if you break undead to a certain enough point, they can't reanimate.
Yeah,
What
break
if-
the head.
Even if they were animated at one point, they just wore away into nothing over time.
That's true, actually.
I mean, yeah, we don't... If we think about it, in general life, if there's an undead, somebody usually destroys it. You don't really leave them around.
Yeah,
But
but
if
I
the
mean,
whole
did-
city.
But if you did for long enough, they could feasibly just crumble into dust.
True.
well, this is what
Things don't
thinking.
last forever. You're quite right.
If they were in here, they probably wouldn't. Well, I don't know. Just walking does, like, it would wear.
If you walked for like thousands of years,
But then the floor
Yeah.
would be.
true, it would have dents, wouldn't it? But there was that
presumably.
whole bit outside where there is a literal dent because they were
Yeah.
walking around in circles. Hide.
What was that?
Hide,
Time for
hide,
hiding
hide,
now.
hide, hiding.
Yeah, heavy footsteps. Okay, you all hide. I'm using the stealth checks from before.
Oh, no! God, it's so bad.
Pulling yourselves around the
Want
corner
another fight.
as you peer around. Just like there aren't many places to hide in here. You kind of run behind. You run behind the wall. Hide behind the desk, the workshop table, and you see, peering through into the corridor, a huge familiar form, 16 feet in height.
Oh
The
no.
Oh,
great
you're shitting
armoured
me.
form of the Guardian.
want to fight the Guardian.
The corridors down on this bottom level are wide enough to accommodate it. And you see it march past. It stops for a moment. Tilts its head. The helm, as I said, patterned with an ancient hoplite's helmet. Sculpted face with empty eye holes. Peers into the room. The doorway into this room is too small for it to enter. But you watch as it raises its shield. And with the comprehend languages up, your slightly broken Dwarven is improved to full understanding.
I also have slightly broken Dwarven.
Of what is now an archaic, very out of date Dwarven script. And you see that the in a circle around the shield circumference, it reads, the centre of which is depicted as stylized hammer. It reads, "Dunin, the seal unbroken, honoured of Morad-Din, who guards on behalf of the faithful against the swallowing dark." And the Guardian Dunin raises the huge bronze spear and strikes the shield 3 times. Dum,
Oh, shit.
dum, dum, before turning and continuing down the corridor.
That feels like it's signalling something, and I think we should move.
Well, that answers a few questions, at least. Maybe these, that thing and the Reapers that we were fighting earlier, maybe they were made by the dwarves that eventually came here to
I
guard
just
the
don't
place.
think this is the place to talk about it. I think we should move because I think it signalled everybody.
Yeah. Is
Okay.
it time to leave and come back another day?
Possibly.
It'll cost us money.
It will.
Alright, hang on.
At least move from where we are right now. Let's go.
Let's
Yeah.
find
Okay.
another room to hide in.
Yeah, can we try and find another room to hide in?
Yes, so
Yeah.
there,
Just be
there are,
not here.
as I say, there are a few rooms down here. Running around and looking furiously. Most of the rooms that are already open are similar to the workshop. Small, fairly cramped spaces with single entry points. You could take up a stand in any of them, or hide in any of them if you wish to. Or there are another couple. There are nearby. Okay, in terms of other places, you know how to get to the throne room. Still, if you wanted to go there, wide open space, lots of maneuverability.
Lots of room for a giant golem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it is wide enough for Dunin to enter. Or you could run around and look and just give me a quick investigation check to try and look for a new place to hide.
Weren't there small rooms just before the throne room that we hidden before?
Yes, those are all similar to these ones.
Right,
So,
okay.
they are indistinguishable for the purposes of fighting or hiding.
Let's
We'll
find
just
somewhere else to
go into one that
hide.
isn't this one.
Might try and find somewhere else to hide.
Okay.
Anyone want to help?
Yes.
Okay, give me
All
an
right.
investigation check with advantage as you just quickly...
Yeah.
You're quickly running around.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. Okay, you
Which
run
is a
past
25.
looking for new places to hide.
26. Sorry.
You find... Well, the first thing you find is actually not far from the throne room. There is one chamber which actually still has intact, sealed stone door. But oddly enough, you can see signs of scratching on it which indicate it has been resealed at some point. Possibly with the aid of chains, judging from the way that the scuffing is done. That said, that's currently sealed. So you kind of run past it a little bit and try and see if you can see anything else. And you don't find a place to hide, but you do find Dunin's destination. As you see the Guardian turns around the corner, hasn't seen you, and turns into some sort of huge room. And as you're running, you kind of glance in.
Sorry.
Start,
Turned into some sort of huge. I thought it was going to
Yeah.
literally like shape
no,
shift.
it turns out.
Yeah,
It turns
that's
out
what I was
it
like-
walks
for a second.
into.
It was like the magic tractor
Yeah.
field joke where it's like, oh, did you hear about magic tractor? It went down the lane and turned into a field.
Hey.
My brain genuinely did that for a second and it was pleasing. Carry on.
So you notice actually, as Dunin does this, Dunin has a number of scratches and scores on the metalwork, what seems to be the result of maybe a fight with the Tyrian soldiers outside. And you you can't help but glance into the chamber that Dunin has walked into. And unlike most of this chamber, the floor here is slightly eroded from frequent traffic. Specifically from the frequent traffic of huge bronze feet. And you can see that
huge bronze feet.
At some point, you know what they say about huge bronze feet? Terrifying, monstrous creatures.
I was going to say large bronze sandals.
Hey.
Hey!
So you can see that what at point was clearly some sort of large solar or greeting room has been converted with the aid of huge quantities of what appears to be artistically transformed. Just, I guess, roll me a... None of you are metalworkers, so just an intelligence check.
Okay.
No. That would be 9.
It's in gunsmith.
13?
Okay, I'll let you make an Arcana check.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, 19.
Okay, what you recognise, it's very, very rare metal, actually. You've only seen a small amount of it once that your former master showed you. It's like showed you a tiny piece that another dwarf had actually gotten a ring of. It's a silvery metal known as platinum. Although there are a number of other metals, including a certain amount of the classic 3, antimony, molybdenum, and tantalum.
Magic metals.
Yes, encompassing vast glyphs and spiralling designs worked around the room, all focusing onto a single metallic platform in the centre of the chamber. The metalwork is flawless, shaped perfectly into flowing forms. And you watch as Dunin the Guardian steps onto the platform, and there is a from all around it. And suddenly a column of flames shoots up out of the platform, wreathing Dunin in fire. And you watch as the Guardian turns and with one bronze hand smooths out the dented bronze, reshaping it, healing, repairing the damage.
Okay.
So we don't hit it with fire.
I don't want to fight this thing ever. Can we go
You
somewhere
continue
else?
running onwards. So your unfortunately though, even with the 20, your opportunities for hiding are small room, the throne room, or whatever the sealed chamber is. And in the distance, you can hear the distant sounds of but from
chamber?
multiple sources.
We can try. Will we do it quick enough?
I don't know. How close are they?
You could get there in time, you reckon.
Could we open it in time?
Good question. You think... I mean, you've got crowbars, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you can give me an athletics check if you want to try and
Go
pry
on,
it open.
let's try.
It's maybe the place where they haven't seen us is good.
Yeah, athletics.
Corzin.
All
Can we
right.
help Corzin?
Yes, you can. Go with advantage.
Advantage then.
I like the thought of whenever there's anything strength-based, we just go Corzin.
Tiny person.
Yeah. That's a 22.
Woo.
22. All right. With you run towards the door. You kind of you kind of smack and shove the crowbar in. Push, yeah. You manage to the stone tablet. Actually, doesn't fall over it. No, it does actually. It falls over completely. Which is not entirely to your disadvantage, however. As you look into, you see for a moment some sort of large chamber capable of holding perhaps 100 people at once. There are many small alcoves along the walls with tiny stone bowls, clay bowls that still bear the burnt remains of wheat, small broken objects, tools, and numerous ancient woven mats on the floor, preserved by sealed conditions, save wherever they were kicked aside by whoever was here last. There are some other things in here. A distant stone altar, some decorations, but they kind of pale by comparison to the dozen figures in the chamber.
Uh-oh.
As you see 12 humanoid skeletons wielding what look like muskets and swords.
Like animated skeletons?
Yeah, they're standing. One of them tilts their head. And at the same time, the
Fireball!
chittering is coming. Everyone roll initiative.
Oh,
for
wrong room.
Sorry, wrong house.
That would be like a whole 7.
13.
16.
Okay, so 16 Corzin, 13 Scamp, 7 Celestia.
We're doing all of this with wheelbarrows.
Yeah, I'm assuming you
All
just
of
shove
us
the
attack
wheelbarrow
one
to the
another.
side during combat.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, so, okay, so we're just rolling for the skeletons there. Okay. And also for those things. Shit, what's their modifier? Enough is the answer. Alright, well, that's going to be a very interesting round. So,
We're just teleported out.
what's your initiative modifier, Scamp?
2.
Cool, that answers that. There was a tie.
Oh no. I didn't win it.
Okay, so actually the first... so, just to lay out the scene, there is a large chamber ahead of you. I'm going to say
How
that
do we like this?
I'm going to say that the chamber itself is probably 50 feet across, 50 feet wide, 80 feet deep. There is one entrance, 10-foot wide doorway, and largely grouped towards the center are the dozen skeletons. You guys are just outside the doorway in the
shut it
10-foot
again.
wide hallway. The door has gone completely down,
No.
so it's impossible to shut it again without the aid of telekinesis, which I don't think any of you have.
Nope.
There is an altar at the very far end. There are some decorative elements which you do not have the focus to really look at, but it is on a sort of raised platform with steps leading up to it. A mezzanine level, if you will.
So rubbish against undead. I'm rubbish against things that don't have a brain.
Undead and constructs.
Yep.
This is a great
So,
place for it.
sorry.
So unhelpful.
I'm actually going to change that. Sorry, it's not. Yeah, it's 10 foot. It's 10 foot wide. Okay, so Scamp, Corzin, and Celestia. I'll say Corzin and Celestia are towards the right in front of the door, and Scamp is off to one side. Corzin, what would you like to do?
Do I still have the holy oil on my weapons, or is that gone now?
I believe the holy oil lasts for an hour,
Okay, now that's
so
gone.
that has now gone.
Alright, what he's going to do then is, are the skeletons kind of arranged in a line? Or in lines?
Yes, actually, they are in a neat line, in two neat lines. The front line 30 feet from the door, with the back line of 6 with muskets, the front line of 6 with sabers.
Alright.
They are organised so that there's a nice sort of they're actually the back line, because of sensible positioning, knowing who put them here, is 30 feet distant from the front line, so they're right back up near the edge. Yeah, so they are Actually, no, it wouldn't be 30 feet. They would go even further, knowing who put them there.
Ugh.
They are all the way at the back, near the sort of main and near the altar, so that they are 50 feet distant from the front rank, so that they are not all within a convenient fireball. Because
Figured.
no, the person who put them there would have thought of that.
Alright, Corzin is going to take out the 2 vials of holy water that he still has and throw them at the front line.
Excellent. All right, holy water unfortunately doesn't splash multiple targets, so pick one target or 2 targets, I guess, is the way to do
I'll
it.
say 2 targets next to each other on the front line.
Go for it. Roll your attack rolls.
Try and break the rank. Good shout.
Yeah. Okay, the first one is an 18.
Okay, an 18 hits. Roll damage.
Okay, that'll be 2d6 radiant damage. That's 5 radiant damage.
Just checking if these guys are vulnerable. These guys are not especially vulnerable to radiant damage, so it just does straight damage to them.
Okay, alright. Second one then. That would be a dirty 20.
Oh, nice. That hits.
So again.
So they're two towards the centre. One of them, as it hits, you see the bones begin to melt away under the suddenly glowing water.
The second one takes 8 radiant damage.
Nice. This one is hit right in the rib cage, and several ribs actually fall off.
And if I have a bonus action left, I am going to... Yeah, I'm going to use one of my pistols. Might as well.
Okay.
That is a 13, unfortunately, to hit.
Okay, 13 it is. So that just hits.
Okay, nice.
Which one do you hit? The first one or the second one that you shot, that you did? The second one took more damage.
I'll go for the second one, as that's more damaged. That's 10 percussive.
Okay, because it... actually, no, it's accounted for. So, yeah, that's enough. You shoot that one. It's kind of unsteadied, and because it's lost some of its ribs, it doesn't move as quickly as it otherwise would as it tries to dodge, and you manage to shoot it through the skull. The skull shatters, and it clumps helplessly to the ground. Its cutlass dropping to the side as it does so. That skeleton is no more.
Okay,
do you want to move? Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to move in and on a diagonal.
Okay. Left or right?
Left.
Okay, so you move 25 feet in and to the left.
Yeah.
All right, so next up...
Oh, no.
You realise coming from two sides as a pair of the Bronze Reapers spin down the corridor. Okay, looking at their... Yep, they can dash as a bonus action. They come up and are going to spring out. One next to Celestia, one next to Scamp, and both of them are going to take an attack roll. Well, several attack rolls against you. So just making a note of their hit points. Okay, so attacks against Scamp first. 1, 2, 3.
Take everything.
Fuck me with a rusty spoon. That was 2 natural 20s in there.
Great.
And one which wasn't, but was high enough.
Fucking hell.
High enough that bending luck will not make a difference.
Who's down? Is it me?
No, that's Scamp.
You. Oh no.
That's
much worse.
Scamp, you take... Let's see. Right, first one is 11 points of slashing damage as the first scythe cuts into you. The second one, oh bloody hell, is 23 points of slashing damage as one catches you right across a major vein.
Ow!
The third one does 29 points of
good.
slashing damage as it gets you right in the thigh. And
We
you kind of
should have left this
stumble
place.
against it. Then the attacks against Celestia.
That's fine. I'm still up, just.
How much? How bad are you looking?
It's single figures.
Okay, good.
From full.
There is...
Fuck.
Okay, 1 definitely hits, 2 miss, 1 is a 19 against Celestia.
That definitely hits. Come
Yeah,
on.
cool. I'm just saying these because I never know when Scam wants to take the opportunity
I
to
don't
bend
think I
luck or
can
not.
with that. That's
Cool.
too close.
Yeah.
All right.
Not worth it.
So first one, you take 16 points of slashing damage.
Jesus.
Second one, you take 11 points of slashing damage as 2 of the slashes.
So 27.
27
total.
total connect with you. The Reapers finish their turn now kind of behind the pair of you so that they're in view of the opening. At which point the skeletons take their turn.
Jesus.
We're gonna die.
Yeah, so the far range of skeletons all raise their muskets and launch a barrage. So I'm going to roll 6 attacks. Okay, so 9.
Is this just against everyone?
Well, I'm going to say that in a moment. So one of those misses. One was a natural 20. One of those misses. 2 hit. So 4 hits. 3. One of which was a natural 20. As you watch as an array, as a cascade of musket shots pound into the Bronze Reapers.
Okay.
Huh.
Roll anyone who wants to an insight check.
Yeah.
Well, they're different times.
1.
1.
Oh, not bad. 21.
Celestia, you have no idea what's going on.
I don't know what's happening.
7.
Scamp calls in. You're not sure what's going on. Scamp, you get a weird feeling that maybe those skeletons were told to just kill whoever they see.
Okay, so they're gonna kill anyone they see.
So we've got to get out of the way of them seeing.
Okay, so that one does. So the shots strike the Reapers, and they do damage, but it seems to be less than you would expect against a flesh and blood target. So one takes, I guess, 2 points of damage from one shot. Another one, that one became 8 becomes 4 points of damage. Yeah, 6 and. But the one that was doubled did very nicely. Okay, so that's all of that damage dealt. The skeletons at the front, however, are going to be a bit less discriminatory. So 5 of them remain. 3 of them are going to run for Corzin. The other 2 that remain, one runs up to Scamp, one runs up to Celestia, and they're going to take attacks against those. So the 3 against Corzin, 17, 15, and 16.
Okay, the 17 hits.
Cool. You take... Sorry, that's the wrong die. Okay, you take 7 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
As the skeletons slash at you, and you duck out of the way of most of them, but one manages to graze you. The ones attacking Scamp misses. Celestia also misses as they hack at you. Okay. And now it's Scamp's turn.
Okay.
How close together are the 2 monstrosities?
They are probably like 10 feet apart because they're just behind you and Celestia.
Okay, how many creatures can fit in a 40-foot cube?
Including those?
Yes.
All of the scimitar-wielding skeletons and the Reapers.
I can do up to 6 creatures.
So there are 5 skeletons
4
wielding
skeletons,
scimitars.
2 thingamajigs.
Cool.
And I'm casting slow.
Yep, I thought you would. That's a good choice in this fight.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll do the Reapers first. They have advantage to resist these.
It's a wisdom save.
Okay, well, that was the same number on both of those. So the first one, I'm going to call it Reaper A, which is attacking you, immediately slows down. It's like it's moving through toffee or molasses. The second one also slows down. Both of those are now slowed. The skeletons do not get the benefit of this. Wisdom saves, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, none of those make it.
Cool.
So,
Is that everyone that you hit with the spell didn't make it?
yep, everyone that
That's
you hit with the
amazing.
spell failed. There's only one of the skeletons
One of the ones by Corzin.
by Corzin still has their full speed. All right.
And
anything else?
I'm going to move
Yes, now that they're
Out
all
of the
denied
room.
reactions.
out of the line of sight of everyone in the room
Okay, you move down the corridor.
a little bit, and I'm going to drink a potion.
Yes.
Good.
You knock back a healing potion. I think that's the end of your turn. Celestia.
Oh God, I don't know what to do. Don't look at me like that. When you're in a fight and you're like, fuck. I genuinely don't know.
So, just to give you a recap of where things are, the two Reapers are slowed. They're 10 feet apart. They're both within 10 feet of 15 feet of you. One is right next to you, but doesn't have a reaction anymore. Mm-hmm. There's one skeleton next to you, one skeleton near where Scamp was, although Scamp has now run away. Mm-hmm. 3 around Corzin, and a firing line of 6 at the far end just next to the altar.
How many could I get within 30 feet of me?
Within 30 feet of you, I'd say with a little bit of with 10 feet of movement, you could get both of the Reapers, all of the skeletons wielding scimitars. With your full movement, 80 feet. Alternately, you could run past them, and using your full movement, you could just get the 6 skeletons,
but not the 2 bulls.
Yeah, you could get the musket wielders, and I think the 3 that are around Corzin, but not the 2 death machines.
No, I want to get the 2 death machines.
Yeah, then you want to hit them and the scimitars.
So I'm gonna raise my guitar in my head, go, well, fuck this, and just smack it down on the floor and do an alarmingly big spell for the situation.
Yep.
So I'm gonna do a destructive wave. Cracks come out from the guitar into the air, rainbow coloured. You hear and many damage.
Okay, Radiant?
Radiant, please, yes.
Okay. Roll damage. Constitution.
Yeah, so it's 5d6 of each. So 5d6. I will do Radiant first, just so that you've got it in for your DM brain.
Save DC is 17?
Yeah.
Got 2 of the skeletons save.
Bugger. Still a lot of damage in all fairness. Mixed. So 6, 8, 9. So the first one is 13 damage. That is radiant.
Okay.
And this is now thunder. God, they're really not rolling well. 2, 9, 12. Oh, rubbish.
So 25 damage total. Okay, so the 3 of the skeletons immediately disintegrate as the waves of brilliant rainbow light go through them. The 2 that are next to Corzin, despite several of their bones falling apart, one of their arms dropping off, like one kind of loses part of their leg, just totteringly remains standing.
Like hairline cracks up all
hairline cracks all up their bones.
It looks fun.
Okay, the first Reaper takes the full 25. So just keeping a note of that. So as the lines go through and they leave small holes blasted into the bronze plating, but these things are tough. They've still got a fair bit more. The second one, which has already taken a slightly more damage, manages to roll out of the way of the worst of it, but does still take 12 points. Okay. So.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to do.
You still got
actually. I'd like to, having smacked my guitar down on the floor, straighten up, flip the hair, a burst of rainbow comes out, and you all get 5 temporary hit points, and you can move if you fancy it, which I feel like might be the helpful bit of that.
Think Corzin will.
Yeah, you can move without taking attacks of opportunity.
Okay, Corzin, where do you want to move to?
Well, if I can move, firstly, away from the skeletons, that's the first thing. I think...
Where do you want to move towards?
I'm going to try going back out the door to where Scamp is, because if we can get the constructs and the skeletons fighting each other, we might be able to just slip away.
Okay, so I'll say with your movement, you're able to get just past the construct A, so you're about like 20 feet down the corridor from Scamp.
Yeah, keeping a very careful eye on them in case they come after us.
Cool. Celestia, do you want to move at all?
You totally get 11 temporary hit points. They've gone up.
They
Sorry,
have.
carry on. Yeah,
Just my
enjoy
hit
that.
points are so low that you've nearly doubled
No,
them.
go for it. Yeah, take it.
We have not been keeping track of this.
That's
No,
right.
very tired. Anyway,
Easily done.
All right. So so Celestia, that you don't get to move during that, do you? No.
no, but I still haven't moved.
Cool.
Can I move it anywhere without taking attacks of opportunity?
Yes, because they've all been
creatures are
denied their
slowed.
reactions from slowness.
Oh, lovely. I'd like to get outside the room, please.
Okay. Do you want to run towards Scamp and Corzin?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
want to leave and let them fight amongst
Okay.
themselves.
You run
if
over
possible.
that way. Scamp, do you want to use your free movement?
Oh, not enormously. I want to stay with
Okay,
them.
Yeah,
so where you are.
hit point is still useful, I
Cool.
feel. So.
Yeah. Oh God. Yes. Yes.
Top of the round, then.
Doubled my hit points now.
Oh
Corzin,
god.
what would you like to do?
All right, so
Celestia is now between you and Scamp.
Right, okay. He now has full cover from any of the skeletons.
Oh, yeah.
I take it. Yeah. Alright. He is going to try, and he'll gesture to the others as well, to just back away down the corridor.
Mhm.
But what he's going to do as a bonus action, he is going to ready a lightning shot. In fact, we did establish previously when we fought the other one of these that they don't have any immunities to lightning or.
I believe you did, yes.
Okay, he will ready a lightning shot under the condition that the Reapers come after the party rather than the skeletons in the room.
Okay, fine. Do you want to move? You're currently 10 feet away from one of the Reapers, so...
Yes, I'm gonna back away down the corridor
Okay,
as
you're
far
running
as I
down the
go
corridor,
and
so you're now
signal to
behind...
the others to do the same.
Yeah, you're now behind Scamp. So the current order down the corridor is Celestia in the front, then Scamp, then Corzin.
But it's wide enough that
But
you've
it's
got
wide
a clear
enough-
shot, isn't it?
Yes, wide enough that there's no risk of shooting the pair of you with this
Yeah.
shot, because it's 10 foot wide. Because it's wide enough for Dinin to get down. Okay,
Oh shit!
Two.
I'd forgotten he was
Two.
going.
Go about him.
Oh no!
you don't know how many rounds away he is.
I need to leave.
So
I need to go
the...
now.
Okay, so then now it's the Reapers' go. The Reapers aren't high intelligence, but they are intelligent enough to know who just did the most damage to them. Unfortunately.
Oh, it's totally.
So that would be the one who just did the lightning cord. David knew a secret lord.
Yeah.
Chord. When he played would electrocute the Lord.
Yeah.
However that song goes. Right. Yeah, it's more like the trumpets of Jericho, or however that goes. I've not read the Bible in a very long time. So we're gonna.
I don't know any of these things.
Woo, so they're gonna roll up towards you.
Their movement is halved.
Their movement is halved.
I don't know how much movement they have though.
They have enough movement to get to. They both have enough movement to get to Celestia.
I'm gonna die.
But because they do start opposite each other, and you can tell the moment they go, that does mean, Corzin, that you can shoot them first using your reaction while they're still in a line.
Okay.
So feel free to take that shot.
So it's the silverfish all sort of cluster together, feed themselves into the breech of the gun, and you see some lightning start to crackle off the end of it. This is the carbine.
Nice.
Yep. That's 14 to hit.
14. Okay, so
That's still slowed.
that would, I believe, miss, but it still takes damage with this attack, doesn't it? Yep, half as much on a miss. So the
Yes,
lightning
so
strike
that's-
crackles outwards, and the other one has to make a dexterity save, I believe,
Which
Yes,
is a
that's right.
disadvantage because of slow.
which becomes normal because of its spell resistance. So
Right, so it's 2d8, I
cool.
believe.
That is a 16 to resist your spell.
Yeah, it
Okay,
succeeds.
so it also takes half of that damage. So roll the 4d8 first and halve it.
Okay, so 18 total.
Half to
So
nine.
halving that, that's
Yep.
9.
Okay, it's the first one. So the far as it passes, so it strikes the far one. It kind of glances. It rolls to the side, but a portion of it arcs off and still strikes it, melting some of the metal. And it does just glance off the second one as well. So roll the 2d8.
10.
Again, softening some of the bronze. Okay. All right. The Reapers, meanwhile, are going to go after Celestia. Yes. Going for what did the most damage. Okay, so they can only do one attack each.
Yay. That's good.
So one of those is a 15. Slashing down, I think that misses.
Yeah, with my new coat it misses.
Yeah, you just pull out of the way and it grazes the coat but slides off the dragon skin. And the second one, sorry, I don't know why we rolled that, I know what that was that was a 22.
Oh yeah.
So that
it is,
one does
obviously.
I
hit.
cannot help you.
And you do still take 15 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
But you were able to skip away from the worst of it. It only
Just about.
scratches you. I mean, yeah, it's a cut, but it's
I mean,
not
frankly,
really
I'm in double
lethal.
figures. It's not that bad, is it?
Yeah. Hit
Is it
points
16
left.
was that?
Sorry?
16 was that?
Yes.
Perfect.
So yeah, funny thing about hit points, they represent less physical durability, and for heroes more like luck. Almost.
Yeah.
How much you can avoid what would definitely be a lethal strike otherwise. So that is the Reaper's go, because they don't get any other actions, which is good. So that makes it skeletons. Okay, so the Reapers have now left the chamber, have now left the line of sight. So now we get into fun times for these guys. How long is this corridor? Okay, the musket-wielding skeletons, you hear the sound of them leaping off the mezzanine as bony feet run down out into the corridor, and the two barely holding it together skeletons with scimitars.
One of which is slowed.
That one doesn't. That one just gets there. That's all it does. The other one does actually manage to land a hit on the Reaper, and the scimitar bounces harmlessly off it,
Cool.
dealing
Okay.
no damage.
Cool.
Oh, nothing use to you.
The remaining, the musket-wielding skeletons have done some running, but do not appear to be in the room, in the corridor yet. Scamp.
How far away is the nearest room?
I mean, there's one, I'll say, like 10 feet away, but there's another, like, 30 feet away.
Okay.
And I'm right next to the two big things?
No, Celestia is right next to the two big things,
Aren't
about
I right
15
next-
feet from you.
Oh, I thought I was next to Celestia pretty much. wasn't
Sorry. Celestia is... no, you're not right next to Celestia. Celestia is 10 feet from you, my apologies. And Corzin is 10 feet behind you
Oh.
at this
I?
point.
About 15 feet from the things.
Oh dear.
So I'll just track how much sorcery... Okay. I am going to twin a shocking grasp and try and grab both the things. Because
Okay.
that did alright last time we had to fight
You
things.
hustle up to them and roll your attack.
First one is 19.
And I believe...
Oh, it's an advantage,
you
isn't
get
it?
advantage,
Anyway.
yes.
Then it's a 24.
That does hit. Roll damage.
And the other one is a 25.
Okay. So that both hits.
9 for the first one.
Okay.
And 2 for the second
Oh,
one.
say
Oh.
guys.
You melt
No.
sections of plating and cause them to jerk and move even more erratically for a few moments.
And I will run into the room that was nearby if I can get there.
Okay, you run into the room. You are now in that chamber.
I just want to be out of sight of the skeletons when they come into the corridor.
Okay, so Scamp, you're now in a little hidden chamber. That makes it Celestia's turn. You are next to two slowed Reapers. They do not have reactions.
Can I go and hide?
Yes. I will.
Or would that be bad?
No, I'll say,
Do you want to hit them with...
if you
hide,
want to
hide.
run to the
Yeah.
nearest, either the nearest room or the room after that, and use your action to hide, you can.
Yeah, I kind of want to hide and wait till this all
Okay.
blows over. That's just
In
my
the
honest
same room as
instinct.
Scamp,
Yeah.
or run one room along?
I'll go same room as Scamp. That
Okay,
would be
so
my
it's literally the next room
automatic
over.
instinct.
So you
Yeah.
run straight there and hope that that the Reapers get too busy to follow you.
Do you want any kind of check for hiding?
Yes, I do. Can I have
Yeah.
a stealth check, please?
That is a 16.
Cool. Okay.
That was just my automatically like, no,
Noted.
fuck this.
Yeah. You run and hide.
I have not hidden.
Okay.
Oh.
The
I'm gonna get hit.
that makes it Corzin's go. Corzin, you've just watched Celestia and Scamp run into a room. You are a little bit further down the corridor, but could run into the same room if you wished.
Okay, so then noping out. Right. Corzin is going to use another bonus action and cast Ensnaring Strike,
Okay.
and is going to unload his pistols into the leading Reaper.
Go for it.
So, first one.
Oh, you should also roll checks for the Reapers to shake off the spell.
19.
Neither of them made it. That does not hit, actually.
Even with the lowered AC.
Oh, armor class is lowered by 2 because of slowed. Yeah, that just hits.
Oh god.
Thank you for
Okay,
thank you for
so,
the reminder.
It needs to make a strength saving throw.
Shame.
Okay, these things do not appear to be as strong as the giant bronze golem outside.
Okay.
I think I'm hiding.
They are built
Fuck
for
this.
speed. They are much faster. So this you see as the octopus billows out and grows inside, it is able to restrain it.
Okay, yeah, the ambivalent octopus has it by the appendages.
Yes.
It also takes 16 percussive damage.
Yep. It's non-magic. It's standard percussive damage. So that is actually halved to 8.
Right. Right. Okay. Second one. Oh, that is going to be a 26.
That does hit. Roll damage.
Yeah.
It's against the other one.
No, it's all
Same one.
against the
Cool.
leading one. This one is 11 percussive damage. So
Okay,
that'll be halved
halves
again.
to 5.
And the last. Oh, actually, no. That's all I get because I used the
Yeah,
bonus
you
action
use the
to
bonus
cast.
action to cast the spell. But
Now
it is
I'm just going
restrained.
to run into the same place that the both Scamp and Celestia.
Okay, so you guys are now out of sight. Only Celestia is actually hidden.
Nope.
Celestia, you have this is another workshop. You find what appears to be an ancient sort of. Essentially, it's a cabinet. Just pull the door open and close it after you.
Hilariously, my mental image for Celestia is not that she looked terrified and ran off. She just looked around her very apathetically and went, nah, and just went and hid.
Scampered off.
Like there was no
Celestia
fear
nopes
involved.
in
It was
hidden.
just like, no.
So one Reaper is restrained and will spend its action to try and break free. 17 against your DC, Corzin.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Okay, it breaks free of the octopus.
If it starts its turn, oh, actually, no, it's rolled enough, hasn't it?
It starts its return restraint, so it does take damage, yes.
Okay, so that's a d6. 2.
Cool, and that is essentially magical bludgeoning damage. So
Yeah.
it does take the full damage. Cool. Alright, but it does break free and is able to roll along towards the entrance of the chamber, but not much more. The other one, I'll say, rolls up to the entrance of the chamber where the three of you are, and it can take a it gets literally to the entrance and makes one attack against the two creatures it can see who just restrained
I'm in a
them.
cupboard.
Corzin. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've done a small amount of damage. That's a lie, I did
18
some.
should hit you.
18 will hit.
Okay, it does reach out with a long scythe and slashes you for full 10 points of damage.
Oh, almost got the temporary hit points.
You kind of, it is but a scratch, although you're just far enough away that it literally just does a shallow cut across your belly.
Okay.
That's all it can do. The skeletons then run in and you hear the sounds of a firing squad go off, and that and do. Just going to quickly roll it, and I'll just do average damage for these damn things at this point. Would you know it? 3 of those actually hit.
Hey.
Oh.
Yeah.
Excellent. So they do 9 half to 4 damage each. I'll say they're all on that. Okay, so yeah, that's 12 additional points of damage to that one. One of them is now starting to look a little bit beaten up by comparison to the other, but it certainly seems to enough to have twisted the Reaper's attention as the pair of them turn their heads over to face the skeleton firing squad. Scamp.
So there's 2 right in front of me still?
Uh,
Or just the one?
2, yes, they're both in the doorway. Like
I'm
next
going
to
to
the
do
doorway.
the same thing again because I hate them so much, and twin a shocking grasp.
Go for it.
So, first one come back.
There we go. 22 to hit.
Hits.
And no, 16.
Oh,
Does not hit, and while I'm at it, I'm going to roll their saves. What's your save DC?
Oh, 17.
Now, neither of them rolled a natural 17 or higher.
Okay.
These things do not
Yay.
have good wisdom.
4! I'm doing so much damage.
You continue to pile on damage onto the melted
And
one.
I'm going to back away. Yeah, I'm going
What
back
was
away.
the? Oh yeah, one missed.
Yeah, one
Cool.
missed.
You back away to the far side of the room. You are now at the far side of the room,
I
near
want to be
some of the
not direct
workbenches.
sight of the doorway if I can.
Okay, you move behind the cupboard that Celestia is
in. Yeah.
You
But I
are not.
haven't noticed, she said.
You are not well hidden.
No.
You are obviously there, but you are no longer like right standing in the middle.
But I don't know you're in the cupboard because my passive perception's too low.
rubbish, yeah.
Yep. You did, however, do less damage to that Reaper than the collective bullets did, though.
Oh, God.
Yay.
Well done.
That's a good thing.
Oh
for
no,
you.
it's very good. It's just a little depressing for a level
Yeah.
10 character.
Corzin,
I'm maintaining slow, it's fine.
Yep.
what would you like to do? It's your turn. Top of the round. Oh, it's round 3, so time for me to start rolling a d6. Okay.
All right.
How big is this doorway?
This is a normal doorway. So it's like
Okay.
5 foot wide. So a Reaper could get through, but not the Bronze Colossus.
Very good.
Good.
Right, so we're functionally in melee now, so he's going to get Riptide out and start hacking away.
Okay. I realise I didn't actually take a turn for Celestia. I'm sorry. Are you still
I'm
hiding?
I was going to do something, actually.
Yes, sorry. Please do.
I'm still
No, okay.
hiding, but I want to try and cast Fairy Fire on both of them through the door.
You peer
if
through,
possible.
and I'll just roll for both of those. So it's Wisdom,
Ooh, I think
Dexterity,
so.
actually. Might
Yeah.
I think it's Dex, yeah.
Which is
Oh,
a
Dex is
disadvantage.
different, which becomes an even
Yeah.
roll because of their resistance. Okay, one succeeds, both manage to succeed, I'm afraid.
Well, it's
As they
bad.
swipe out of the way of the spray of fairy fire.
And then I'll do a little healing word on Scamp because they look bad.
I'd like you to make a sleight of hand check to avoid revealing your position as you do so.
Cool.
Let's just imagine the door creaking open a little bit, like gesture in the air, and then
Not
slamming
bad,
shut again.
actually. That is a 21.
Okay, you manage to creak the door open and then close it without them noticing.
Can I do a healing word on Scamp, or is that
Yes,
tricky?
absolutely.
Yeah. Awesome.
It's more like direct attack actions that are likely to reveal you.
Fabulous. Do a level 2 one, because you look like shit. So,
Sorry for accidentally skipping your turn there.
oh, don't worry, it happens.
Uh,
I was
Corzin,
hiding in a cupboard, it's okay.
slipping forwards in
11.
time. You were attacking with Riptide.
Yeah, I rolled a dirty 20.
Okay, that hits.
Right.
You're going against the more damaged of the two?
Yeah, the one that's closest to me.
Yep, go for it.
Okay. Alright, that's 10 slashing damage.
Yeah, you do 10 points of slashing. I mean, you again, Riptide bites in heavily to the bronzed carapace.
Can I use the reaction to try and lower its AC?
Yes, you can. Make an athletics check.
Yep. Not great. That's 11.
No, you try and twist into it and break off some of the armor, but it's you haven't got quite enough purchase.
Fair enough. Okay. Second attack. This is with death. That is a 28.
That hits. Roll damage.
Okay. 9 slashing damage.
9 slashing damage. It is a magical weapon, so it does take full damage.
Okay. And final one. Oh, excellent. That's a 29.
Yeah, that definitely hits. And that one's with death.
Yep. Okay, and that is another 10 slashing damage.
Okay, you whack, deliver 3 huge dents into it. It's now looking seriously like it's starting to fall apart.
I don't suppose this counts as an object, really, does it?
It's a construct. It's not exactly an object.
No.
It's in the sense of it being inanimate. It's very animate.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Okay.
That's still a very good amount of damage.
Any movement on your part, or are you happy where you are?
No, I'm going to try and be, the 2'10" bulwark between it and everything else in this room.
Okay, you are blocking the doorway. Go for it. So the Reaper is going to not provoke an attack of opportunity from you because you used up its reaction. It is, however, going to use its action to curl into a ball, damaged as it is, and slowly trundle 20 feet further down the corridor in a retreat.
Where are you going?
The skeleton's going to attack it?
The skeletons will on their turn.
No, I mean in terms of reaction.
The skeletons... Oh yes, there is a skeleton in melee.
It won't do anything.
It attacks... It hits. It has no effect.
But it's burnt its reaction.
Yeah. It actually got a natural. Sorry, no, it was a disadvantage. It's got a 7. So that skeleton is, not really effective. The other Reaper, is going to pointedly ignore the skeleton next to it, provoking another attack of opportunity from the skeleton, which hits and misses.
Skeleton's just going, eh. Is it?
Yeah. Actually, that one doesn't get one because it's slowed. So it's. But it does roll up next to the brigade of 6 skeletons and is going to make an attack. It hits and does not disintegrate one in a single blow. Actually, didn't quite roll high enough, but it does just shatter through the rib cage. Destroying a goodly portion of its form, and also making it really awkward for it to fire. Okay, that is that Reaper's go. Yep, I've done the start of turn check. The skeletons are going to act.
Are they still slowed?
2 of them are.
No, I mean the Reapers.
Oh, good point.
They get to save, don't they?
So they get to save. Okay. Both of them managed to finally get over a natural 17. And you are not in line of sight of either.
No, I'm not.
So the one that is fleeing immediately picks up speed, and the other one suddenly becomes a lot looser in its motion. You can still tell that 2 of the skeletons are slowed, but it's up to you whether you care to maintain that on your turn. Okay, so the 2 skeletons fail to hit anyway, and the ones that are and the shot ones are gonna step back. I guess it's got its reaction back, so it can take an attack of opportunity on one, which it does, and destroys it. So 5 of them will make an attack instead, I guess. One of them misfires, and well, it's actually a full-on misfire, so let's roll for this. And the gun jams. But the shot that does come out, so that gun is now useless. Sorry, skeleton. They're not having a good day. The others, though, one of those I think hit, and one. Okay, 2 of them hit and deal a total of 8 points of damage as they strike. Cool. That's the old skeleton's turn. Celestia. No, Scamp.
Okay.
So one Reaper is now 20 feet down the corridor in its ball form. The other is 15 feet down the corridor, attacking a bunch of skeletons.
I would like to get to the doorway.
Yep.
And I'm going to use Distance Spell to give me range on Shocking Grasp. It's like an electric hand appears.
Nice.
And I'm going to attack the one that's attacking the skeletons, because I think the other one maybe isn't a problem at the minute. I'm hoping.
Okay, so like a version of your hand appears made out of lightning.
Yeah.
And grasps it.
That's 22 to hit.
That does hit.
9.
The hand seems to just discharge itself out of existence. But it does deliver a jolt of electricity, causing the thing to jerk suddenly.
And I'd like to get back behind the door frame.
Okay, you're now
Just
out of sight
duck
behind
out.
the doorway. Again. Celestia.
They're all retreating, yeah?
One is retreating, one appears to be deciding to deal with the musket skeletons.
What of the Colossus? Can we hear anything of that?
Not yet.
Oh, what I want to do is like shut the door and just let it all happen outside. But I don't know
This
if that's
door,
possible.
there is no door on this doorway.
There's no door.
But there is a door on the cupboard.
Hang on a sec. How big's the room that we're in?
This is actually quite a small room. It's like 10 foot by 20 foot.
Temptation to cast darkness so we can hide in it is really huge. Then we also can't see anything out of it. Fuck everyone up. Ugh. I'm sorry, I'm going blank. There's nothing I want to do. Because I don't think there's anything helpful I can do, because I can't do a lot of damage to these things.
I don't know what I can say that isn't metagamey.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's a spell I'm not using because I'm running out of first level spell slots.
If you have an instinct, feel free to go with it, but whatever you think you do. If you want to delay an action until you see an opportunity, you can. You can kind of you have to take any movement or bonus actions you want to this turn, but you can delay an action until you see an opportunity.
So one is retreating.
Yep.
One is near the skeletons.
Yep. From the tiny bit you can peer out and see.
I don't want to intervene.
Okay, you can hold your action if you want.
Can I have no spells that are good against them. I have nothing. Unless they literally come near me, I have nothing I can do that is good. Because they don't have brains. And are unaffected by pretty much everything I have.
Okay.
Can I hold,
Yeah.
smacking one of them with the guitar if they come near me?
You hold your action. You can pick what the action is when you get
I'll
a trigger
do
to
that.
happen. Okay. So moving on, top of the round. Let's roll for this. In the distance, you hear the approaching. So I've been rolling d6s to see when Dunin would turn up. Dunin is now arriving, or will arrive on the next turn, you would guess. Corzin, you kind of glance down the corridor. You can't see him approach, but you can hear him coming. So that is actually makes it your turn, Corzin.
Okay, is the Reaper that is retreating still within range of me?
It is 20 feet away from you.
Okay, it's pistols.
Okay, go for it.
Right, first one. That's a 22.
Yep, hits, roll damage.
Okay. 7 percussive.
Okay. Halved
And
to 3.
second one. 12. No, that isn't going to hit.
Ping. Dances off it.
Third one. Ugh, 12 again. No, that isn't going to work either. Okay. Alright, Corzin is going to just take cover this side of the doorway.
Okay.
So if Dunin happens to come down, he's not going to immediately be on show.
Okay. Moving on to the Reaper's go. The Reaper that is running now has its full movement and immediately speeds away, moving a full 120 feet.
They make really good noises in my head. Or like clicky.
It just rolls off and down the corridor and around the corner and away. That Reaper is now out of the fight. The other one is going to unleash all 4 attacks on the remaining surviving skeletons that still have muskets. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, one of those, it actually manages to ding itself in the process, but so I'll give it disadvantage on its next possible attack. But the remaining ones, do I even need to roll this? Yes, I do. Okay. Okay. So 3 of them are instantly disintegrated by the slashing strokes. That the Reaper, for its part, is happy where it is. It's going to continue smashing at them. Seems to be focused on the task at hand. That makes it the Skeleton's go. Skeleton's going to back away. Immediately gets attacked.
Oh no. Skeletons have had like the worst 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's still 2 skeletons left. One is trying to beat it with the butt of the musket. One is trying to hit it with the scimitar. Neither of them are effective. They're kind of out of this fight. Scamp, anything you want to do?
Yes. I am going to attempt to cast command on the Reaper that didn't leave.
Okay. Yep, wisdom save. It's immune to psychic damage but can be mind affected. So let's go for it.
It doesn't affect undead, but doesn't say anything about constructs.
Yep. Okay. If it doesn't say anything about constructs, then it'll work on a construct. What is your command?
Freeze! And I'm going to say it in Dwarvish.
Okay, you issue it
because
in
it has
Dwarvish.
to understand the language, and I think I know just about enough.
Okay, you know enough Dwarvish to go like stay or freeze or something like that.
Yeah.
Freeze. You watch as the Griever grinds to a halt.
Okay.
Seems you've got a few seconds of it obeying your order. Anything else you want to do?
I will. Oh. I'm going to have to do something that's ranged, and I can't quicken and distance a spell. They don't stack. So I will do a frostbite, because fire seems like a terrible idea.
Okay.
I will quicken a frostbite, so it's a con save.
Yep.
Which I'm guessing is probably...
It makes it.
Yeah. Oh well.
Frost spreads across the exterior of the armour, but that's all.
And I'm going to duck back behind the door frame.
Duck back behind the door frame. Celestia, you happy holding, waiting for an opportunity?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm just going to kind of let it all leave.
Top of the
to be
round,
honest.
Corzin,
I
you
don't really want to stop things
No,
leaving.
fair enough. Corzin, you hear the sound of growing louder and louder. Just movement. You hear the sound of the form approaching close by. You're not looking out, so you can't see Dunin, but you get from the sound of the footsteps, they feel like they're very near the room now.
I can probably feel it through the floor.
Yeah, you can actually
I?
feel just the reverberations.
Damn, I wish I'd felt that on my turn. I would have done something else.
You heard Dunin approaching, like from the distance, so you can act if you want, and you've still held an action.
There's nothing else that's nearby that's hostile.
Not really, apart from the Reaper, but you can't see either of these.
I want to cast darkness on the room so that we can all hide in it.
Okay,
and we can't
the room
see into it.
fills
That's
with
really
inky
clever.
blackness.
Yeah.
So, Corzin, as the room fills with inky blackness, you hear the
But you can
sound.
stick your head out the door and see stuff.
Yeah,
so-
it's the darkness thing because it's drow magic. It's not done with an instrument.
Yeah.
She just quietly holds a hand up, and sort of black ink spreads out from it. It's very it's not
Yeah.
very Celestia magic. Like the Rainbow Spirit isn't involved. It's drow stuff.
Yeah. And just this black cloud swiftly fills the room.
Stick our little heads out of it to have a look what's happening now and then.
Yeah.
So,
What?
Corzin, what do you want to do? You are now in a darkened room. You are now in a dark room.
Is there a light
Alright.
switch?
I will find the lights which are in the dark.
Do you see? Bullshit, you see. Every so often we reference this on the podcast, and I'm still waiting for somebody to get
Yeah.
it. Just one person.
Someone will.
Oh, tweet
Someone
me.
will.
You'll make me so happy if you do get it.
Oh, tweet him.
Okay.
Yes.
Corzin is going to quickly pop his head out of the darkness.
Okay, Dunin is right next to the skeletons and is raising the spear.
Okay, backing into the darkness, he's going to feel his way.
Goes back in. No.
He's going to feel his way along the adjoining wall, and then along to where he gets to a corner, and then go back and say, "Everyone, stay away from the door."
Yeah, that was the plan.
Okay, do you want to take any actions, Corzin?
No, I was tempted to roll a bomb in there, but that's probably just going to exacerbate things.
Do you
No,
wanna-
let's just wait.
Okay, do you want to take a hide action?
Yes,
Okay,
yes, I
roll
will.
stealth with advantage. Because
Okay.
the room is now flooded with magical darkness.
I rolled a 1 and a 2.
Oh, God. Can you reroll
Okay.
the one?
It's with advantage, so it's the better of the two. That you,
But you
it's the
reroll
roll
the
you
one
want.
Yeah,
anyway.
all right.
Oh, we have established that you re-roll a 1 anyway, don't
Yeah.
we? Yeah, so I guess we re-roll the 1.
All right. Oh, that's much better. That's 21.
Okay, you turn to hide, smack your head on the table, and fall down into a position which is perfectly hidden.
Perfect hiding place.
Yeah.
Ah, something felt weird. Corzin, what did you do?
You hear, the three of you hear the sounds of and splintering bones, followed by just a Scamp, anything you want to do on your turn?
How close was that sound?
Sounds like it's right outside the door.
I'm gonna try something super dumb.
Go on.
I'm gonna stick my head out of,
Why?
just so I can see it.
Okay. There is a giant form right in front of the door.
What was its name?
Dunin was what was written.
I'm gonna say, Junin, go away and shut down in Dwarvish. Just to see if it obeys Dwarven commands.
Roll a persuasion check.
I'm gonna tides it just in
Okay.
case. Persuasion, oh, it's not good. 15.
Okay. Dunin does not appear to recognise your authority.
I'm gonna back the fuck up into the darkness.
Okay, you back into the darkness. I'll
Knows
say...
there are things in here.
I will say that was a...
The other thing does.
I
and
will
it's
say
still
that was a
there.
bonus action. Do you wanna use your action to do anything?
To hide, yes.
Yeah, make a stealth check, please, with advantage.
13, but
Okay.
disadvantage to find me,
Yeah,
and then darkness as well.
yeah, fine. Okay, so
The Reaper's
that
still there.
there's a ticking sound as something comes into the room. You hear the sound of as little bronze scythe scrape across wooden surfaces, feeling. There's one moment, Scamp, where you feel the bronze scythe touch your waistcoat, tugs for a moment against a button, but because it's so sharp, it just cuts through. The button drops to the floor. There's a pause. You can't see in magical darkness, but you can hear the ticking get closer and closer, like it's... And you can almost imagine that insectoid-shaped face right, barely inches from your face, Scamp. It turns and rolls away. And you wait in the darkness for the 10 minutes or so it takes to fade. And when it does, the Guardian and the Reapers are gone. And we'll pick up from there after these, no doubt important, messages. And now a word from our friends over at Infinite Deer.
Okay, Infinite Deer promo. Let's do it. One word at a time. The
podcast
is
infinite.
deer.
We
Are
infinite.
deer.
Listen
To
us
on
iTunes
and
wherever
you
get
your
podcasts.
why? Oh, we forgot to say Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, we're a D&D podcast.
Why not visit friendly Kibir Nagash? You can see the Great Pyramid, visit the three-eyed obelisks, and enjoy the hospitality of the inhabitants of a town that never sleeps. Or dies. Before you meet your grisly end, make sure to like, share, subscribe, and rate Flintlocks and Fireballs. Happy hunting! And welcome back. So, for those of you at home stowaways, if you notice there's some difference in audio quality here, that is because we had to change our recording equipment halfway through. Sorry about that.
Yeah, everything exploded on the break. We
Yes,
really
there
apologise.
were some technical issues, which have now been fixed. All right. So, on that cheerful note, you are in the ruins of the temple. You have just evaded a conflict with... Oh, yes, that's actually
We
a
have
point.
a really important thing
We have
to
an important
do.
thing to do before
We
I
have
do the
to
recap.
we have to name the unicorn.
The unicorn!
Which we put on Twitter and the stowaways named. I have been deciding for the last few minutes between my two favourites, which were Keith, which I really liked, and Jeff Myony, which I think is maybe the Hermione of Jimothy's, so it wins.
Yes.
And the unicorn is now called Jeff Myony. They are now our official mascot and will be with us at all times. They also fit perfectly in my bardic inspiration chest. So yeah,
Excellent.
now that
like
that
it was meant
incredibly
to be.
important thing is done, please continue with the podcast.
Yep, that pencil goes forever.
Bye.
Okay, so, yes, you have just survived the arrival of the Bronze Guardians defending the pyramid. They have neatly taken care of the musket and scimitar wielding undead that were guarding a particular chamber, and you hid in darkness for 10 minutes until they left. You come out of the little side chamber, which I believe was just a little workshop, and are now free to approach the larger chamber that you entered before. Looking down, you can see the shattered remnants of a dozen skeletons.
Ugh.
Well, just under a dozen. A few are still in the room itself. Most of them do have the tattered remains of a bit of clothing on. It looks as if these used to be... Well, it's not really clear. They don't really have a uniform of any type, but based on the weapons they're carrying and the style of clothes they're wearing, you'd say these were probably mariners of some description.
As in, like,
There.
fishermen.
Sailors.
Sailors.
They're a long way inland.
That's what I was thinking. What the fuck are sailors doing in the middle of the forest? Unless they could all teleport.
Well, there's all sorts out there.
Or they did what we did and, got stuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did walk here from being shipwrecked. That could be the thing.
Is there anything on them that might indicate where they've come from? Like what ship, what country, even?
Make an investigation check.
Okay. 16.
16. All right. You go through the belongings, and there aren't many, but one or two of them do have some bits of clothes left. One even has a pouch in which you find a handful. And by a handful, I literally mean 13 copper pieces.
Okay.
They appear to be modern pennies from within the last, at least within the last 50 years or so. And you do actually find one of them had a boot knife. The boot knife itself is rusted a bit. It's looks like it's got quite a few years rust. It's not completely all rust in the way that something which had been around for centuries might be, but it's definitely, this needed maintenance a good few years ago, and it didn't get
Right.
it. But the hilt is bone. You think maybe whalebone, and there is carving on it, scrimshaw, in the manner that sailors
Sorry, I'm fine.
sometimes do on long voyages. And you see there is a depiction of a ship on it, and there is also the name of the ship. One moment while I just consult my notes here. Mm-hmm. Here we go. So this scrawled under the ship, which appears to be, it's actually, from the look of it, Corzin, you've seen a fair few ships. You would say this one's maybe a fourth rate, a bit bigger than yours. And judging from the gun ports, one actually kitted out for war, by the looks of it.
So this is carved into the hilt of the knife.
Yes, like it's a slightly
Simple
it's a simple version, but in the same way that if you get a ship in a bottle, you don't get perfect
That's really
representation.
cool.
But yeah, it's enough for you to make out the design, and you can tell that this is. Sorry, trying to find my note. Where are you? You're in here somewhere.
The
Wow,
name
I
of the
need to
ship is
organise.
hiding. It's nameless.
Yeah, I need to organise these buggers. The basilisk.
Okay.
Basilisk. Question about the bone knife.
Mm-hmm.
The wood elf, not wood elf, because we're in the sea elf, literally where we
Yes.
saw her, that I saw in the vision with long red hair.
Yes.
Didn't she have a whalebone knife? Or am I going mad and making
She
connections?
did,
that
but
aren't
looking
there?
at it, the design is a little bit different.
Okay,
in how
cool.
it's done. That was literally a whalebone sharpened into a knife.
Whereas this is just a whalebone.
This is a
handle.
whalebone hilt
Cool.
on a standard iron sailor's knife.
Different thing.
Blade.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks
Had to ask.
No, it's a good question. This looks. You would say this has probably been manufactured in again the last couple of decades, maybe. And Corzin, you don't even need a medicine check for this. You can see the bones. These are mostly human. There are a couple of half orcs in there as well.
All right. The basilisk.
Oh,
Is it?
and
Go on.
actually, two that look a little odd. I would like you to make a medicine check, please.
All right. That is a 15.
And it takes you a moment to figure it out because it's only when you notice the odd little extra bones at the base of the spine, as once the skeleton's magic is dissipated, the whole thing just kind of collapses like a house of cards. You realise that two of these were tieflings.
I point this out.
You can tell by the tails.
That's strange.
Well,
Well, not necessarily.
I don't know that there are any navies that. Well, actually, this is out of character and in character knowledge. Does Corzin know of any navies where tieflings are forbidden from serving?
So, forbidden, not exactly, but not exactly encouraged either.
Right. Okay. And the basilisk, is it like the HMS basilisk, or just
Doesn't
the
have an HMS or any signature behind it. It's not like the HMS Canard. It's just written as the basilisk.
What language is it in?
It is in Jovan.
Okay.
All right.
And it's not crazy old.
Doesn't look to be.
Well, we do have an inkling of somebody who came here. I look at Scamp with a ship and a crew and that.
And a map
That's
made
true.
of skin.
Yeah, and there are some dead tieflings here.
Yeah.
I hate it, but it would make sense, wouldn't it?
Wonder what became of the basilisk itself.
Well, it might still be out there.
It might.
Yeah.
It's good that we know the name.
You can
Yeah.
spy
Potentially
on
it.
locations, can't you?
Yes.
Huh,
Yeah,
I guess yes. The
would a
a
ship count as a
would
location?
count as a location.
Is that something you'd want?
Maybe just to see if it still exists. Maybe, I don't know.
So, I mean, well, if it doesn't exist, or if it's at the bottom of the ocean somewhere, that'll answer some questions.
I could have a look now if you want.
Not now, no.
Okay, if...
We're in a creepy temple. The
True.
idea of you going all hard to reach for 10 minutes.
Not great. Fair
No,
point.
no.
Let's do that when we're in a
Have we
house.
We've never broken you out of it before, have we? We've never tried mid-scry.
You have never tried to break Celestia out of this, no.
Yeah, no one has, but no one's tried. So I'm not sure.
So let's not take the risk of it not being possible.
Well, you can leave voluntarily whenever you want, can't you?
Yeah, but if you don't know something's happening...
That's true.
Yeah, I've never been aware of anything that's happening in the not scrying world at that point.
Right, okay.
But I don't know if anything's happened because I haven't been aware of it. So it could be that people have tried to get me out of it and they haven't been able to, or it could be that it's never happened. I honestly don't know. But you're
We
right,
should
not in the
test
scary
it.
temple is the point.
We should test it, not here.
Yes. Maybe
Fair
let's
enough.
maybe let's test it when we're back at the house or something at
Yeah.
Destin's.
You step around the corner and look into the chamber itself. Again, there's no natural lighting in this chamber, but there are little sconces on the wall where candles would go, and it's easy enough to fill those with dancing lights
Yes.
and illuminate the whole chamber. Because your dancing lights are purple, this causes the chamber to become filled with a slightly haunting purple glow. So the roof here is slightly angled upwards to a point, although only slightly because this is built. There is a floor above, so it's not like a huge arch or anything. Just a slight rise towards the centre, and you would guess, as mentioned before, that this place could hold maybe 100 people at once, mostly on the ancient woven mats on the floor. Along the walls leading up either side, there are many small alcoves with offering bowls, still bearing the burnt remains of wheat, small broken objects and tools. Every now and again, you and Corzin, Celestia, notice just a flicker of shadow near one before it departs.
Are there any spirits that aren't shadows around here?
You have not seen a single spirit in this place that is not a shadow, with the exception of what you saw come out of the Reaper that you destroyed.
Yeah, and the exception of ours, obviously.
Yes, and yours. So, at the very far end of the chamber, on the raised mezzanine, you can see that there is a heavy stone altar. There is also a heavy stone chair as well.
What floor are we on right now?
You are on the bottom floor. You are on floor 6, same
Are
floor
we
as the
in,
throne room.
like a Cedian's bit?
You're not in the room, but you're in the same area.
Cool,
Yeah,
on the
so
same floor. I'm just trying to
same
keep track
floor.
of where we are, sorry.
Yeah, you're at the
Yeah.
end of the accessible bits of the pyramid.
Awesome, good to know.
So, at the far end, raised above this throne, is a huge sculpture of baked clay, painted to depict a smiling, kindly-looking face in two halves. One half is the tan colour of baked clay, and seems to have been carved to include the lines of advanced age upon its features. The other half is painted jet black, and it seems much younger and smoother in the features, although both sides share the same cut of curled silver hair, it's clearly been painted, and a long curled silver beard. And when I say curled, I mean like they look almost like the kind of curls that someone with straight hair would have to do hours with a curling iron.
Like perfect
Yeah,
ringlets.
yeah, those sort of perfect
sort of
ringlets.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pin curls, maybe they're called. I don't know.
I don't know, but if they are, I will take that for...
Might be I think it's pin
curls,
curls.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the like really
I have
precise
no
ones.
idea.
You can also see two small glints in the very centre of those kindly looking eyes. It's kind of hard to make out what they are from here, but you can see the reflected light glinting on them.
I don't like this.
Is that supposed to be a deity of some kind?
I don't know.
Yeah.
What's the bone structure like? Are they human? Are they elven? What are we talking?
Give me a medicine check. Kind of hard to... Like, the face is...
One.
The face is
no
really
idea.
ambiguous. Like, it's not...
Good.
Like, you can tell that... I mean, you can tell that they're a person. You would guess by the beard that that there's clearly some sort of more traditionally male type affectation, although the bone structure doesn't necessarily indicate one way or another. And so maybe it does remind you a bit in the way that there's less dimorphism amongst elves in terms of bone structure and so on, but again, like but the way it's been depicted, again, whether as a stylistic choice or whatever, the hair is kind of covering over where the tops of the ears would be.
Okay.
So you can't tell if they're pointed. There's not a nice obvious way. It doesn't feel elven. Like it could be human. It could be a half elf. You don't know. You don't know enough
With
about.
the one, I have no
yeah,
idea.
you just don't know enough about like with something this ambiguous. It's kind of hard to tell. All you can tell is that the sculptor clearly intended it, and it's not like a perfectly realistic sculpture. It's slightly stylized, but you can tell that the sculptor wanted to evoke a feeling of parental kindness.
I hate it.
Yeah. Do we want to see if I can detect some magic while you have a look around for any treasure?
I don't really want to go near the statue until we know if it's magic or not, because I just have this feeling like it's going to come to life and beat the shit out of us. I don't know if I'm a paranoid fucker, but that's what it feels like.
Well, after the last little while, I don't think that's particularly paranoid, but I take your point.
Probably just sensible, which I hate, but it probably is.
Okay.
I think knowing what is and isn't magic is a useful thing, though.
Yeah, I think before we really poke around on this floor, it might be good to be able to tell.
Yeah, do you want to have a little just wander around the room though while I do that, just so...
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, yeah.
Don't go
Stay
near the
close.
statue, though.
So
Yeah.
if Corzin is helping Celestia search,
I
you
do?
can make an investigation check with advantage while Scamp is busy
Oh,
preparing.
that's really good, actually. That's Ooh, hang on, I forgot what my investigation is. 15. No, I can't add up. I added 5 to 19 and got 15.
Wow. Reverse maths.
Oh, it's not even 5, it's 6. Oh, 25. Fuck me.
25. Okay.
Going so well today.
Oh. All right, 25. I'm just trying to think what else you might find in here. You start giving this place a pretty solid search, and you find. I will say that amongst the other things that I'm about to describe, you do find something unexpected. As you go through the different kind of little like mini shrines around the sides, the alcoves, most of the offerings or whatever they are seem to have been burned or destroyed. But there is still one small, what appears to be just like an ancient, almost crusted solid beeswax candle, unburned. It's kind of it's a slightly purplish colour, like it's got something mixed into it, and actually looking at it you can see there are flowers mixed in. And as you approach it, a little flicker of shadow appears around the edge of the alcove and just flickers. It doesn't move in a hostile manner, but it's just there to you, just to your spirit sight.
I speak to it. What do you want?
Curls into like a little coil, and you get a sort of inquisitive sort of feeling from it. It doesn't seem to have any voice or anything.
I reach out with my hand to like
Yeah.
like an ET, like with a finger to
It
touch
curls
it.
up and dances for a few moments around your fingers before dancing back down and circling around the little candle.
Well, do you want me to light it?
It springs up a little.
What are you going to do? You're going to do something terrifying?
It just coils in a pleasing sort of calm manner.
Fuck it. I light it with prestidigitation.
Immediately a
Terrible
pungent
idea.
scent of incense fills the area around the shrine, and you see it sort of flicker and plunge and swirl around the smoke as the candle burns down with surprising speed, letting out a slightly purple tinted flame. But again, it just seems to be incense. But as it does so, the little spiraling black shadow curls and almost seems to form in on itself, momentarily taking the form of what looks like maybe a grass snake, like a little, or an adder or something, just like little black scales down it, and momentarily a pair of little yellow eyes. It bows its head submissively to you and extends its head out towards your hand, flicking a little black tongue.
I hold a palm out.
It rests its head on your palm, and it doesn't bite you, but you do feel like a on before the whole thing dissipates, and you find there's just a small little black mark. You have gained a blessing.
Oh, super weird. What does that mean?
You don't know. This when you look down, you see that the candle has burned away and the spirit has dissipated. But you feel like something... It feels like something is watching over you. The next time you are reduced to 0 hit points, remind me that you have this blessing.
Okay.
Just make a note of that.
I'll write it down with my side effect, shall I? Yes, I have a section for that now, gang.
So you
Blessing
have
on
an
0 hit points.
yes, you have the Shadow Snake blessing.
I row at it to try and get rid of it.
It rubs away like from a few moments, but you can kind of weirdly still sense it there. Although after a few moments, it's almost like you can't feel it anymore.
How watched do I feel?
Roll a perception check.
That is a 7.
Maybe a little, but that could just... You are feeling a little paranoid lately. It's impossible to tell whether...
Do I have any, Ellie, you told me
Yeah.
it's a blessing.
You just have a feeling... You have a strange... Yeah, it doesn't feel hostile. It's not like your hand
Doesn't
is
feel
burning or
bad.
anything. You just feel like you've been mocked. But again, it doesn't feel bad. It just feels like, yeah, maybe a slight sense of being watched, but in like a someone watching out for you way.
Does Corzin see any of this?
Corzin, roll a perception check.
Okay.
Oh, an insight check.
Roll an insight check, actually, this would be, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll re-roll that. Insights. Okay, that's 14.
Roll... You're not really trying to disguise this, so what is your standard deception modifier?
I don't know how I work that out.
It'll be charisma plus... Are you proficient in deception?
Am I? No, hilariously.
What's your charisma modifier?
+5.
It's not actually enough. I'd say that your passive deception for the purposes of this is enough that you kind of notice Celestia kneel down and light something which burns away very quickly, and she stands up, frowns for a moment, but then seems to shake her head and continue looking.
You right there, Celestia?
I think so. Something weird happened.
Oh,
What
good.
was that?
Spirit bit me, but I don't think it was bad, but I don't like it.
Well, if this is a place of worship or some kind, would this not be where people came to make offerings or do whatever it was they were doing?
I don't know, I just feel like something's looking at me. I'm not sure I like it.
I thought you said there weren't any here. Like last time we were here, there weren't any.
Not any like normal ones. Weirdly.
So a weird spirit bit you.
Yeah, like a dark
no.
one. But it turned into a snake when I lit the candle and it bit me, but I don't think it's bad. But I'm a bit freaked out because...
Was it there before? So there was
Yeah.
something there before and it changed when... So
It
they
did.
all trapped and we could save them.
Oh no. Maybe.
Maybe if that is actually what's going on here, but
Did it go back to being a shadow after?
It, yes, it kind of dissipated back into shadow and disappeared.
It turned back and it went away.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe they used to be something. Maybe they can echo what they used to be. Strange.
As
I don't think it's bad though. It's just,
Strange though.
yeah,
Yeah.
a bit creepy.
You can
would Corzin have any idea if there is an equivalent of this in the Regency?
roll a religion check.
'Cause I'm thinking he's literally the only one present who could possibly even.
Oh yes, let's do
12.
fuck all that Regency.
You're not... Like, you went to Regent School, like, on a Regent's Day, but... and you've attended services, but this feels like some weird, deep theology stuff, and you have no idea, really.
Something to ask a more clerically minded person, I think.
Ugh.
You do continue your searching through the rest of the chamber, and you don't find much until you come to the end, which is about the time that Scamp finishes their work. So
Magic!
you get up, you
Hey.
ascend up onto the mezzanine, and take a look at what's up there. The throne just appears to be a carved stone throne. Don't find much of interest there. And but there are of more immediate notice is the altar and the sculpture. The sculpture itself, pretty straightforward, is what it is. But in the middle of the two huge eyes are a pair of gemstones. One a large opal, one a large black onyx. When I say large, I do mean that they are. I'm trying to think of the size for comparison. They're like the size of a large grape. So big for semi-precious gemstones, and like cabochon, like they're beautifully cut and shaped, but they're not. They aren't like the size of your fist. That said, though, they're clearly valuable. They appear to be set into the sculpture.
Is the sculpture magical now that Scamp?
Scamp, you come up to take a look. So at the same moment as Scamp gets close enough, because I think it's 30 feet or 60 feet is detect magic.
I think it's 30.
30 feet. So you have to get
radius,
right up.
yeah.
So as you get up to the mezzanine, you glance first at the sculpture. Doesn't seem to be magical. Gems don't seem to be magical. But you do detect a faint, confusing aura around the altar. There's a very, very faint, sort of maybe necromantic, but there's something odd about the flavour of it. And you also notice that there are 7 indentations in the surface of the stone of the altar. They are about 1 inch square, with smooth trapezoid-like shapes, wide towards the back with a rounded back, and a smooth cornered squarish front.
Altar's weird.
What do you mean weird?
It's got a weird bit of not magic. It's nearly magic, but not.
Alright.
Huh. Maybe we
And
shouldn't
if
touch
it was magic, it'd be necromantic. So
Let's
Right.
definitely not touch it because we know there's some weird death magic here.
yes,
Whole place.
there's some fun holes here, and I want to put something in them.
All right.
Wow, that was elegantly worded as ever. Sorry, you're a child.
Is there
Fucking
anything
hell.
around here that looks like that it might fit in those holes?
Just keep going. It's
Roll
fine.
an intelligence check.
Maybe if I put my fingers in
Can I
them.
also do one?
Yes, all of you
Intelligence,
are able
okay.
to roll this intelligence check.
Oh, good.
Oh, it's good.
I am not
It
intelligent.
is. That is a 23.
A dirty 20.
That's
I'm not going to
20
put
more
my
than
fingers
me.
in them.
What was that, Corzin?
Oh,
Sorry,
Corzin.
what did you get, Corzin?
3 total.
Oh, mate.
Corzin, you're kind of wondering whether like maybe one of the gems would fit in, but they're not quite the right shape. They're a bit larger. I mean, they're not larger, but they're just the wrong shape. Celestia, Scamp, both of you staring down at the holes reach the same conclusion at the same time. These are perfectly the size and shape to fit the small silver skulls that Scamp has.
oh no! No, why would you say that? Oh no! Sorry, that was out of character.
Do you say
Oh.
anything in character?
No! No. There's nothing that would fit in those at all.
I'm just going to say,
Definitely.
how big are the skulls that you have?
They're exactly not that size.
Yeah, they're
at
exactly
all.
the wrong size.
Yeah, top wrong shape, wrong size, just all not that.
Why would you even... Oh,
Look at the size of the holes.
Hmm.
Look at the thing hanging off their horn.
No! Jeffrey.
Jeffrey peers out. He's got holding friend's skull. You look at it. Yeah, it's exactly the right size.
Jeffrey, put that back.
I'm not sure we should
Jeffrey
address
clambers
this.
back into your bag.
I'm not sure this is a thing we should address.
well... You've got 3 right currently, haven't you?
Yeah.
And there are
So there's
7
4
holes.
others out there then?
Yeah, so it doesn't matter because 3's not going to do anything, is it?
No, 3 wouldn't do a single
Technically,
thing.
Scamp, you have 4.
Oh yeah. There's the empty one. Oh, maths. But 4's no better than 3.
Not really, no.
It's not going to do
We don't even know
anything, so
what
there's
it's
just no
for.
point even trying. There's no point trying because it won't do anything.
Definitely not.
Does...
Oh, I had a bad thought.
Tell me the bad thought.
I have an eye of the storm, and we could probably find the rest.
That's true. I was just going to suggest asking a friend if they know anything about this.
I did mean to ask, friend, have you been feeling weird at all or anything?
This place is a little uncomfortable, but this is not where we came from. I feel sure of that.
I don't know if that makes it worse. This isn't where friend comes from.
Okay,
Alright, well that's
but
something.
is it where friend was made for?
That's a good question.
Is that even applicable? But, I mean, good a question as any.
I mean, somebody put a spirit in a skull.
That's true.
That's not me trying to say... that sounds like I'm trying to take away agency. I'm not.
No, I
a
know what you
personality
mean.
is a personality, but everybody was made by someone, and maybe
Yeah.
friend was intended for something.
I don't remember coming here, friend says to you, Scamp.
Okay. So if you were made for here, you never got here. Or you don't remember. Doesn't necessarily mean it didn't happen. Ugh.
I could scry on... Well, not scry. I could do an object's pass spell on this altar.
That might not
Show
be a
me the
bad
last
idea,
time
actually.
this was used.
Ugh. I don't like any of this.
I know,
We
and
might
I,
at least be
I
able to
won't,
find out what it was for.
I won't do anything that you're not comfortable with. I look at Scamp.
Okay,
But it's an offer, I could do it.
yeah. Ugh.
Do you want me to?
Don't know. Because what was probably the scary person who made the tiefling map clearly thought this place was important.
Yeah,
Because they left guards.
they did.
They didn't leave guards anywhere else.
No.
Oh, I
I get the
hate
impression
this.
that like the undead stuff is just a result of anyone who dies here.
But
No,
they had orders.
Yeah,
True.
these ones were left specifically in this room, you know?
All right.
That's how it looks anyway, obviously we don't know any more than you.
No. It feels like they were guarding.
but It does. I'm scared that the person who made this has the other 3 and they're going to be looking for you with those 4 in order to bring them here, and it might be helpful to know what it was all intended for.
We
Yeah.
got one here, though. They left one here, or did it come here afterwards?
Well, didn't friend say that was the one that was empty?
No, we
No.
got the sloth one here.
Oh,
No,
right.
Scamp just had one that was empty forever and didn't tell us.
It didn't seem relevant for a long time.
No, to be
and
fair,
then I forgot.
when it was just a random silver skull, no, it wasn't relevant when friend came along.
To be fair, I didn't tell you about friend immediately either. I don't know why
No,
that's
you
a
didn't.
defense, but it feels like it is.
If we know, or if we can find out what this actually was used for in the past, it at the very least means we won't accidentally do anything with it in the present.
Yeah,
That's true.
I have paranoia about us doing things or making things happen by accident because we're ignorant. That's happened before.
Yeah.
I mean, also,
Repeatedly.
I'm mad curious, but that's not really the important bit.
I'm uncomfortable with you doing any form of scrying here.
I know, but I
don't-
can't do it anywhere else.
Can we take with your objects past thing? Does it have to be intact?
That's a GM question.
Roll an Arcana check.
That's 15.
Here's a question. At what point? Let's say you take your grandmother's sword
Oh no.
and you take off the hilt and you take off the blade. Now, let's say you replace the hilt onto the blade. Is that still your grandmother's sword? Let's say you replace.
Yes.
Let's say instead you took the hilt and you replaced the blade. Is it still your grandmother's sword?
This is not the question. We're asking if we had a bit of it, would it
Exactly.
Yeah, is it still the same?
There is a point at which a part of the thing is not the thing, in the same way as which sooner or later those discarded hilts and blades of your grandmother's sword, which had 3 new blades and 2 new hilts, stop being part of that object. They were part of that object, and maybe they could go back in time to that. But the problem is you're not sure. You're not sure if taking, frankly, less than 50% of this altar
Yeah.
would cause it to count as the altar, or whether it becomes a new object to the point that you have a piece of the rubble.
If you break a crumb in half, you don't have 2 half a crumbs, you have 2 crumbs.
I don't know
Yeah,
if
but
it
you
would
don't
work.
break. Yeah.
I don't know. It's all a bit weird. And I think if I'm doing it, it might be worth us blocking the door, you guarding me, and doing it
Alright.
here.
I can do that.
you will need to lift the door back up and put it into position. As it did
Alright, I
fall
might
down
need your
onto the
help,
floor.
but I can still do that.
Only if it's something Scamp is comfortable with. I stand by that. Because I don't want to delve into something that you don't want to know. But at the same time, I can't also pretend that I'm not scared of being ignorant.
No. Neither of us are going to make the decision for you, Scamp. But
I'm not making the decision for you, I'm just making sure that I've said everything, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Alright, let's try and be smart about this then. I think you're right. We've been running from this. Well, I've been running from this for a little bit longer than is really safe.
Which is fair as well, darling. You know I understand.
No, it's not, because it's putting other people at risk. If
I
not telling
can't-
someone something or not looking into something potentially gets people hurt, it's not. It's wrong.
you don't know that, but by the same token, you don't not know that.
That's what I'm scared of. Is the thing. I feel really awful because I don't want to be encouraging you to do something that you're not happy doing. But at the same time, just after the revolution and all that shit with Scrimshaw, where like you were like, let's go after the Invisible Man, and I said no, I don't want to know, and then scared of not knowing stuff.
Yeah.
And I know that was my fault, and the
No,
fallout is
no, there was
You couldn't have known what would
None
have
of us thought it was important. None of us made that connection. That is in no way your fault. No, what?
I
Yeah.
Is that what
really
you've been
pushed for us
thinking?
not to look at it.
Scamp's right, though.
No.
You didn't know. None of us did.
None of us made that connection.
You know, we're older and wiser now, but regardless, it wasn't your fault. What you might as well beat yourself up for being tired.
Well, we all do that.
Yeah.
Right, the big golem, what was his pattern of movement?
Roll an intelligence check.
Can we all do that?
Anyone who wants to.
Yes, please. Oh, no.
10.
11.
Corzin is having a case of the stupids today. 7.
Oh, God.
You know that he goes around the ground floor, and you know that he also goes outside.
So it might be a while.
But you don't know exactly how long it takes. No.
Okay.
I think if we need to do this, and I mean, if we make the decision to do this, we need to really barricade the door.
Yeah, but we also want, best case scenario, no one to come past.
Yeah, obviously.
So, big old scary ball thing. Takes like an hour?
Yeah, something like that. How long's it been?
Yeah, that's its pattern.
It has been, by the time you guys have been searching, you took 10 minutes to search, you waited 10 minutes for them to go. It's been like 20 minutes. No, I'd say with the chatting, it's been like half an hour since the encounter.
Okay, it's been like half an hour. That gives us 10 minutes leeway plus 20 minutes of me looking at a thing.
Alright, that should be enough time for us to get the door back in place.
Yeah, we need to move
If
fast.
the door's shut, though, are they going to come in looking to find out why the door's now shut?
Well, it was shut to begin with. We opened it.
Yeah,
It
but
was.
they've seen it open now.
True.
Is it worth just hiding? Doing this behind the altar?
What, you mean scrying behind the altar?
Yeah, just sit behind it.
The altar is high enough that you could, like, if you crouched a little, sit behind it.
True, but then I might be out of it, and if they do see me, I'm fucked. Whereas if there's a door in the way, there's a door there, so...
They have to bash their way through it in order to get to us.
Yeah.
I don't know which is worse.
If it's a closed door, then what it buys us at the very least is time.
Yeah.
I think that's worth it, to be frank.
Okay. How do we get it open? Or not open, how do we get it shut?
So it's essentially a huge slab of stone which was knocked over when you first came in. You would need to get the stone back up to vertical and shoved it into place.
Anything we can use as
Uh,
leverage in the Jack Sparrow voice.
I
We
mean,
have a
frankly,
crowbar?
you can use your crowbar. There are also a large number of kind of rusty muskets.
We've also got wheelbarrows.
And you do actually have wheelbarrows.
which would technically sort of work.
Yeah, you do
to
actually
lift
have
it
a
up
number
in
of
the
tools
first
with this.
place.
So I guess I'm going to call this... I would normally apply disadvantage. You've got tools. With two of you working together, I'll call this an athletics check, a straight athletics check.
I guess the two bigger people
Yeah.
would make sense,
Okay.
wouldn't it?
Yeah. So...
Yeah.
Yeah, so at least Celestia and Corzin are both working. Scamp, you're potentially pitching in
Yeah,
as you
Sam,
try
you
and
should definitely
helping.
make this one.
yeah, you're trying to leverage up this thing, wedging the barrows in for a bit more support, and trying to lift it. So, Corzin, can you give me the athletics check, please?
Yep. Okay, that is a 23.
It takes you 5 solid minutes of work, but with the aid of some rope from your pack, which I think you do actually have a little bit, with the aid of the tools and the barrows, you manage to get it lifted up. You kind of set up a temporary fulcrum, and you manage with a lot of effort to get it to back loosely into place. And then it's just a case of shifting it. And you manage to entomb yourselves successfully within the chapel. As far as you can tell, the door is now pretty solidly closed, although you have left yourself space to wedge it back open with a crowbar when you need to leave.
Good.
So, I kind of like crouch down so that I'm eye to eye with Scamp. You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, if you're not, I'm not going to do it.
Just find out what it's for.
Okay. Best way to word this. Last time this was used, maybe?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Show me this altar the last time it was used for its intended purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's specific enough.
Yeah. So I get out the eye. I do sit behind the altar because, like, why not? I guess.
For its intended purpose. Okay, here goes.
Oh.
Okay.
Why would you say creepy things?
Yeah. So I sit down on the floor. I put the Eye of the Storm in front of me. I spin it. And I say, "Show me this altar the last time it was used for its intended purpose."
I'm gonna hide while this happens.
I don't know
give
if you
me
want to
stealth
count
checks.
this as objects past or
Yeah, this is objects past.
so it's not.
This does
a
not
tally.
accrue you a tally.
Cool.
So, Scamp, can I have a stealth check, please? Since you're hiding.
A natural 20.
Yeah.
I was going to say Corzin will stay with them, but no, I'm not sure Corzin can see where they
Sure
went.
where they are. Yeah, they are. Scamp. You turn around from them. When you look back, Scamp is gone.
Scamp. What?
I'm hiding.
You're not even really sure where that voice is coming from. They've managed to hide themselves really effectively somewhere.
Alright, carry on then, but
Celestia, you spin the eye, stare into it, and feel your attention focus inward. Down, down, and down. You plunge down into the depths. Bubbles float around you. Up in the highest points, near the now, the water is relatively light, a sort of colourful blue, like summer seas. But down below you can see it goes darker, darker, down to black. There are less bubbles there, but you feel yourself descending, down, 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 deeper and deeper
Like a long time
into the
ago.
past. And the water begins to get warmer. And normally it's like a slightly chilly,
There's pee everywhere, is what Robbie's thinking. That's why they're laughing.
but it is starting.
Don't you judge me.
But it is starting to get warm, tepid, then warm, then starts to get hotter. as you're descending down, again, you have that sensation of something else here. Something else that waits for you as you get deeper and deeper into the past. The water is now beginning to become uncomfortably warm.
I look and see if I can see anything waiting for me.
I would like you to give me a charisma check.
Charisma check.
No, saving throw.
Okay, saving throw. Oh god. That is an 18.
18. Okay. You pass the first hurdle. You become aware as you sort of descend further downwards that there is a quality to the darkness. Almost all the blue is gone. You're now descending into black, but there are shapes in the black. Long, coiling shapes. Something large.
Could it be tentacles by any chance?
Feels like it, yes.
Oh god.
There are less
Help.
bubbles down here, but you feel that the one you're looking for is... Yeah, thinking about when this is. Still down there. And now the water is becoming uncomfortably... It is starting to get to the point where you feel a bit like you're being slowly cooked.
Ooh.
A thin line of gold appears in the darkness down below and begins to widen. Give me another charisma saving throw. Mm-hmm. The DC is increased.
19.
Okay. You pass the second hurdle. However, because you are going into the distant past, the water continues to get hotter. You feel like your skin is beginning to peel and bubble. You take 12 points of psychic damage, halved to 6, because you succeeded on the save.
Oh, I'm glad that was halved. Still don't have many hit points. Haven't had a rest.
And those of you on the outside, you watch as Celestia's focus and winces. A little tear of blood comes out of the corner of her eye. However,
Can I heal her?
I was going to say, is that going to affect?
If there's something that's hurting,
you can certainly try if you want to use a spell or the staff or the totem.
I'll try and use the totem. I'm going to try that. Break my cover from my hiding place.
Let me know how many I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
9.
Fit. You've just
A further
doubled my
10.
hit points.
Yeah.
So 9 and 10. Was
Yep.
that?
Yep.
From somewhere,
That's much more doable, thank you.
you feel cool spread through your body, counteracting the boiling. But you watch as the golden line spreads into a vast eye, the pool of darkness at its centre. And it's almost as if there is a cone of light coming out of it as the eye roves, looking, searching. You are not at this time in that cone, but you know that as you get deeper, you are going to get closer and closer to that eye, wherever your destination is. And at this point, you can count the number of bubbles still around you. Whatever it is lies near or close to that eye. Do you want to continue?
Yes.
You approach the third hurdle. The water is now... you can see bubbles just streaming off your skin as you descend down. It feels like you are in the middle of a blazing, churning pool, just sort of like you're right in the middle of a saucepan. I want you to give me one more charisma saving throw. It is that this DC has risen again.
That's a 23.
Holy shit! Okay.
My rolls have risen as well each time I've done it. I promise you that it is a 23.
You have passed the third hurdle. as you find that you can control your movement a little, and you swim quickly side to side. There is a moment where the golden beam almost touches you as the eye roves. But you just managed to slip past it.
I feel like on the outside, there's like a microcosmic version of that
Yeah.
movement. You see like Celestia slightly go from side to side, like just a tiny, tiny bit.
Okay. So the 17 points of psychic damage are halved to 8 from approaching from passing the third
I'm
threshold.
glad you healed me. That would have been 1 hit point left if you hadn't. It's fine. I'm
Yeah.
alright, but yeah, it would have been very bad if you hadn't healed me, and I can't pretend otherwise.
You finally reach it, almost next to the eye, a bubble. As you pass into it, the temperature cools instantly to that of a warm interior.
I feel like on the outside, correct me if I'm wrong, you've kind of seen her get tenser and tenser, and there's like a like she like breathes out and the shoulders go down a little bit.
Celestia's skin has gotten like purplish in places, and there are little blisters on parts of her arms.
That hasn't happened before.
No, it hasn't.
As you step into the bubble, you find yourself in this chamber. There are candles flickering with yellowish flames in the sconces. Many of the sconces all around. The chamber is illuminated, not with the haunting purple glow of before, but with a warm candlelight. There are over 100 people packed into this chamber, and it feels packed. There is something about this. There is something about the mood in here, that there are more people than this place should. People are clutching each other. There's a sense of worry and panic. The people are, I think, yes, all of the people are kind of kind of that sort of Middle Eastern sort of tan of skin, and they all have silver hair.
Oh, specifically all have silver hair.
All of them have
regardless of
silver
age.
hair,
Okay.
regardless of age. There are like, there are people in their like maybe 30s or 40s. There are children. There are a few elderly there as well, and they all without exception have the same silver hair. They are dressed in clothes that seem to. There's a bit of variation in the clothes that they're wearing, clearly by some sort of class depiction. Purple clothing, what seems to be woven flax, you'd say, like linen rather than cotton. They don't seem to have access to it.
A bit like rougher.
Yeah, but like fine linen, like as fine as they can get it. Again, in this unique sort of purple that seems to shift a little with the light. There are others wearing yellows and greens, and some those who seem to be of the poorest classes just wearing simple rough spun linen. But all of them have fear and worry in their eyes.
What are their ears like? Are they elven? Are they human?
They appear to be human.
Human ears, okay. Is this a people that I'm familiar with at all?
Roll a history check.
Because it's just like humans literally all having the same hair color is like super weird.
Yes.
History. So that is 17.
Okay. You have never heard of these people. You've never heard of a race or group of or culture of humans where they all had this sort of silver hair. Obviously, you know that humans' hair tends to go silver as they get older, but not just from birth. And you've heard every now and again of like a human who'll go like who'll maybe have a terrifying experience and go white at 20 or something.
Yeah.
But no, all being silver-headed like this.
Not usual
Not
human
something
stuff, yeah.
You'd normally expect. You can see that there is a sort of narrow sort of thoroughfare in between the groups of people that they've kept open, and there is actually not a sealed stone chamber here, a doorway, but an open doorway instead. Whatever this stone plug is has not been moved into place yet. As you're looking, you notice there is a figure up at the top, sat in the throne. They have a furrowed brow. They look, they appear to be feminine in terms of their features, and something about their style of dress mimics, more, those classic fashions. But they are wearing what you realise is a false beard of silver, for some reason. And you get the feeling from the...
It's the cult of Scamp. They're looking into the future and they've just been seeing this all-powerful figure wearing a fake beard.
When I say that it's silver, I mean the actual beard itself is carved of silver.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's super cool.
This appears to be like a piece of regalia of some description.
It's the cult of Scamp, the adult dwarf. I'm sorry. That's all it is.
You can see that the figure is dressed in purples and golds and is... debating quickly with figures wearing bronze breastplates and armor, burnished shining bronze, in a language that you have no idea how to understand. This spell does not convey meaning.
Oh no, not at all.
In the real world, Scamp, Corzin, you hear, just faintly muted through the stone door,
Balls. I'm gonna hide again.
Okay, can I take another stealth check, please?
Corzin's going to take up positions covering the door.
24.
Cool. Okay, you're covering the door, Corzin.
I did say I was behind the altar, not
You are behind the altar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you hear the footsteps approach, get louder and louder, until it sounds like they're just behind the door, and they stop. Meanwhile,
I wait.
Back in the past, in the distant past, again, this room is not windowed, so you have no idea what's happening outside. But you hear shouting coming from down the corridor. You can't really leave this platform that you're standing on because you're right by the silver bearded figure. You are kind of trapped within like a 10-foot radius of the altar.
I'm scrying on the altar. Yeah, that's fair.
But you see as they bring as hurriedly a group of armored figures bearing, some of them bearing long bronze spears, some bearing shields. The ones bearing shields actually have their shields lifted up so that they are almost serving as like a stretcher for another figure, wounded, grievously wounded. Oof. From the looks of it. You watch as the figure seems to be, you would say middle-aged female figure, again human, same skin tone and hair colour as the rest. She has purple, almost like a purple stole around, cut sort of in as part of her armor, and you can see where the armor has been mangled, but it looks as if it's been mangled not by, say, like a thrown spear or a javelin, but by something huge. You're not really sure what.
Like a colossus, for example.
Maybe,
but I don't know.
Roll a medicine check.
It's not great. Do not have medicine skill. That is a 9.
Could be. Might be something else. Whatever it was friggin' big. The figure is carried desperately up towards the group, towards the altar, and the bearded figure stands upon their arrival.
Does the altar have the 7 holes in it?
Looking down, there are not 7 holes. There are 7 tiny silver skulls.
Oh, they're all in. Okay,
they are
cool.
all in the altar. And the figures carry them up to the altar, and the figure on the throne stands, moves behind it, helps the figure who is obviously close to death, and very tenderly helps her lie down on the altar. And you now see there is a familial resemblance between the two, as the bearded woman looks to her sister and clasps her hands around the side of their heads and whispers words to her in a language you don't understand. There is tenderness, regret. Her sister reaches up, weakly grasps her wrist with a bloodied hand, and again, you don't know what she's saying, but there's a fierce sort of pride to it and a plea. You see there's a moment of hesitation from the bearded woman, but then she nods and turns and calls out some sort of address to the figures. You feel a rumbling through your feet. I want you to roll a perception check.
Okay. That is an 11.
Just on the edge of hearing, it's like you can make out flames, just rising flames in the very distance. Something is happening beyond this place, and people, many of those within, are looking terrified. They seem to know what's going on. They chatter to each other, but the bearded figure raises a hand, calls out a word. Sakdok! Silence. Ugirat Nambakadosh. They all awkwardly, uncomfortably stand, but there's a fervour to their eyes. She raises her hands. Unda Nimata Ga Kibir Nagash. And the crowd as one murmur, Naga Kibir Nagash, Kibir Nagash. She places her hands on the figure dying before her. Nunai Gabato Ugat Nata Kibir Nagash. Again, susurrus, Kibir Nagash. There's a pause where it seems like she's going apart from the ritual, something that's slightly off script, as she again reaches down, cups the familial figure by the jaw and whispers something. Usta Soskapa. Smiles sadly. And then reaches under the altar and produces a long knife with what appears to be an adamantine blade. Raises it. Uta Kibir Nagash. And again the crowd, many clasping their hands together in almost desperation, chant 3 times, Kibir Nagash! Kibir Nagash! Kibir Nagash! And she plunges the blade into the chest of the other figure.
Oh shit, says Celestia.
There is a shuddering of the body, and you hear her, Moshta Kibir Nagash. Something shifts around you, and you look and you realise in the corners of this old place, you hadn't noticed them almost, because elsewhere they'd be such a normal sight in a place of worship, and you've been so fixed on anything else, but you notice the spirits. Animal, wisps, figure, little ordinary looking spirits, but all shades of black and purple, rising up, flowing into shadow and resting on the shoulders of this silver-bearded figure like a cloak. She, and only she, seems to see them in the way that you do. And there's something about the way that this spirit cloak rises up, wing-like, that reminds you very uncomfortably of the Pride Spirit. And then the wings plunge into the dagger. The body seems to be infused with them. crumbles to dust. Wisps of shadow flicker out of it, out of this, just the ash, and pour into one of the silver skulls. You see a moment where the bearded figure wipes the tears from her eyes and then snaps to the assembled crowd. "O naga kurata takaba." Many of them nod, and you see as they hurriedly begin to scurry out, soldiers begin escorting them. This has all the feel of a desperate last-minute evacuation. You see her stop for a moment, turn as if uncertain, and one of the guards calls out, "Do, guard that no." She nods. She takes the skull from the altar, reaches into a pocket, it's Calcinea, even ancient clothes have pockets,
Fuck yeah, pockets!
and replaces it with an identical silver skull. She clutches the skull that she has and takes it with her out of the room.
Does anyone see her do that, or is that a secret?
She doesn't seem to be making a secret of it.
Okay.
Just seems to be how it's done. The bubble shudders, collapses inwards, and for a moment there is scalding heat and darkness as you feel yourself plunge, rocketing back up to the surface.
On the outside, I feel like Celestia tenses up again.
And then you're back in the world.
Well, that was a lot.
Celestia? Corzin calls from the other end of the room. Are you alright?
Aren't we meant to be quiet?
I don't say anything. Yeah. Frankly, when I come to and see that they're not sat next to me, I assume something's happening, so I crouch behind the altar and stay quiet.
Okay, you guys just gonna wait this out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
After
I think
another-
unless they start.
After another 5 minutes, you hear the sounds of grinding just for about 30 seconds against the stone, just and
Click.
then as presumably the bronze colossus Dunin marches away. In the moment of relief, Scamp, roll a D100. You still got cards up.
Oh no! 66.
66.
Surely that can't be good.
Doesn't feel like it, does it?
He's doing a face. He's doing a face? Why is he doing a face?
It does say up to, so you don't need to choose, so you can avoid it. It doesn't mean that you have to. So you feel a sudden blazing, you feel a sudden crackle of energy, and you watch as your arms, Scamp, begin to light up with just arcs of electricity. You feel like this needs to be grounded somewhere.
Oops.
What's happening? What are you doing?
Didn't do it on purpose. I'm just gonna zap something.
Ground it into the statue or something.
Well, that seems like a bad idea. Let's do
Where do
that.
you want to put it? Okay.
Put it in the statue.
Any particular part of the statue?
It's stone.
Okay, just straight into the middle.
Yeah.
There is a crackle of lightning as just an arc of lightning blasts into the nose, shattering it.
Do you want me to roll the damage?
You don't really need to. You have successfully desecrated an ancient artifact.
Whoops. Oh, now look what I did.
It's okay. It happens, darling.
Does it?
To you,
you, it
yes,
certainly
I was
does.
trying to be comforting.
The moment seems to have passed.
So it's just kind of quiet and awkward and doesn't really want to make eye contact for a minute.
Did lots of people die? Is it awful?
it's not the worst.
What did you see?
Basically, well, I'm not going to say it all again because there's a lot to this story. I tell you about going down into the water. I tell you about it being hot. I basically tell you everything that you heard, and then get to the point where the person's sister is dying on the altar, and they're doing the ritual, and then kind of hesitate. So
was this...
You're going to freak out?
Something awful happened, didn't it?
Not necessarily, just that the skulls were people. Skulls were people once.
Right.
When I saw it, it was very much a dying person that a relative chose to put into a skull. And then when she was in a skull, the person replaced it with another identical skull, so there could just be like fucking loads of them. And yeah, that one was definitely a person at some point. I don't know if yours were, but that looked like, this person is dying and this is a last resort. So yeah, they used a load of spirits, which looked alarmingly a little bit like the Pride Spirit, but in black and purple, and sort of stabbed her and put her spirit or whatever into a skull, and then took it and put it in her pocket.
Okay.
It was a choice, but that one was a person at some point.
Right. What does that... Okay.
Well, isn't it a bit like the ring that Sander gave you?
Maybe?
Like they had a person who was special or important or close to them. Like some way that they could stay with them even after death.
Or just someone who didn't want to die.
Yeah.
Was afraid of dying.
Or they saw some way they could help after they were dead. They knew they were dying. That room full of people was terrified, and I mean, your skull does stuff. Maybe all of them do different things depending on who's in them, and they thought maybe they could still help even though they were dying.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Why is this one empty then?
I don't know.
Presumably because nothing was put into it.
No, I'd presume something left it. That would be my presumption.
Well, if it left it, then the question becomes where? Where did they go?
I mean, she did just have an empty one that she replaced it with by the looks of things. So it could be that there was never anything in it, but that feels too nice to be likely.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago. Hang on. Last time it was used for its intended purpose.
Yeah.
What else was it used for?
Well, we don't even really necessarily know what it is and isn't capable of.
And how much of it is the altar? How much of it is the knife? How much of it is the skulls? Are they all needed? Could you...
Well, like ritual components, you mean?
I wonder if this is what it was made for. It was made for people to be able to stay on with families.
Or who were important.
Later, or who were important, or something like that, and later on somebody else fucked with it. Because it was a really, really long time ago. These are not people that I've ever seen. It's not a lineage I've ever seen. And it was the furthest down I've ever gone.
So it's the furthest back in time you've ever seen.
I'm trying to work out something. I'm working out how much I've told you about describing the thing that I saw under the water. I don't think I have told you up to this point, but I'll say something. Corzin.
Yeah.
There was a big yellow eye under there.
Oh. It didn't see you, did it?
I think so.
Good.
It was there, though.
That's disturbing.
I was really close. That's the closest I've ever been.
Alright.
It got hot.
You burned.
Yeah.
Shit, yeah, I can't look at my arms, they're still blistered.
Hang on, let me
deal with this.
deal with that. I've got some salve. I'm
Thank
going to
you.
use one of the doses from my healer's kit.
Okay, you restore 1d6 hit points.
I'm not a good patient, I'm really annoying. Ow.
Hold still. Hold
I'm
still.
not very good at being still, sorry.
Stop fidgeting. Wow.
Since you are presumably safely sealed in this place, you can say that you're taking an hour as well. and
I
count
would
this as
love a
short
long rest, guys, I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Yeah.
I'd really, really love one, I'm struggling.
So, if you guys want to take a short rest here, you can. If you want to take a long rest, you can. But
Not a long
you know.
rest, a short rest,
Yeah.
sorry, is what I meant. I said
Yeah.
long, I meant short, weirdly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Short rest would. Just a bit of a sit down would be very
I think
nice.
that would be good.
You can break out a little bit of the rations you keep with you and
Yeah.
have a little something to eat while Coulson applies some salve and bandages.
Don't
And
like that it
that's-
does physical damage. Kind of assume this was all in my head.
No, well, the difference between it all in one's head and out in the world is a lot more complicated than once I thought it was.
Oh, fuck yeah, darling.
But
It's...
this raises a whole bunch of other questions. Like, is it connected to the Kraken somehow? Is it
Well, we kind of
the
know
Eye of
it's
the
gonna
Storm,
be.
Surely
part of
must
the-
be.
Well, there are multiple ones of these, so
No, but you always feel like you do with the Kraken. When you look for it, right? I mean, when you do your I don't know, your weird awareness
touch the
thingy,
floor
where you
and
touch
go,
the floor
"Ooh."
and look all
Ooh.
clever.
does it feel like comparable?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it
you've
feels-
always said it. Like I've always described it as feeling the same feeling of the tide.
I mean, frankly, like
Alright.
Jason's described it so many times that I'm kind of assuming that
Yeah.
you have by this
Yeah.
point, because like you do this spell a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're always around me when you do it. I always
Yeah.
have the eye
Yeah.
on me, so I'm kind of assuming that you would have said this by now. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. By all means.
Yeah, no. It's
Yeah.
it's not something he would necessarily have vocalized, but it's something that he would have been aware of.
Well, I
Alright,
think
well,
also, I mean, looking back, we have actually seen it happen. Because
yeah,
the first time you felt that sort of like rushing tide feeling was not with the Kraken, it was when the Eye of the Storm was nearby.
yeah,
And we've used it to look for eyes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we have. So we know about it, is the point.
all right. So
But surely if it feels the same, it...
Well, we know that, yeah, there's a connection there. There's got
maybe
to
I go
be.
into the fucking sea when I look for stuff.
Or,
Basically saw a Kraken this time.
or the Kraken sees everything, always, and you go into the Kraken's memory.
I hate that.
that's
Yeah, because it sees the future, so that's a horrifying thought. Let's pretend I didn't say it.
no, that can't be the case. If that were the case, it couldn't have been driven off in St. Gregorsville. It
Just
would have been
because you
able to
can see the
counter stuff
future,
that would
it
have
doesn't
happened.
mean...
It's never failed, though, has it?
It was driven off once.
But we know
Yeah,
the
but it could
future's
have
changeable.
retreated because it knew the battle wasn't going to go well.
Possibly.
It saw it was outnumbered, so it left, is also how that could be framed.
But if it could see the future, then
It could see it could succeed enough and then leave.
or it could predict what would allow it to succeed totally. This could tie your brains in a knot.
Well, there isn't always a total success possible.
Then it would have waited. It's very patient.
Mostly it does wait. That's the thing.
I think that the idea that this thing is, well, functionally speaking, omnipotent.
Not a good thought.
We can't proceed under that assumption, otherwise we will go nuts.
Oh, you know.
You've killed a god before.
Quite.
It's fucking magnificent.
Oh, thank you very much. I shall do so again. But, but the fact of the matter is,
Sorry, I'm giggling because it's a bit like topping Hercules and then comparing it to Zeus. You know?
My dad killed a god.
It's like, I mean, yeah, maybe. You killed something that called itself a god.
yeah,
We don't know that.
Yeah.
yeah.
But okay, I'm having a bad thought. I know that I just used the eye and it went really badly and stuff. But the thing is, we've looked at it used for its intended purpose, and it was like...
When was the last time it was used?
Fucking ages
For
ago.
anything.
When was the last time it was used? Is that relevant? Do we need to know? I mean, I feel like somebody must have fucked with it.
I think if you see anything different, it's a fairly good indication that it was messed with, not for its intended purpose.
Well, just how long ago it was used for its intended purpose. I want to know what it was used for recently.
Yeah.
Is it worth me looking at the last time it was used?
Or the last person to use it.
Well, I think you should be careful going that far down.
I don't
If it
think
looks
will
like
be.
it...
If it is
But-
that
well, that's
far
the
down
thing.
again, then that will, that'll answer that question.
If it looks like it's going to be, maybe come back. But if it's more recent, then you look.
I think I could have come back. I chose to keep going because I wanted to know. So if it does happen again, I'll come back.
All right.
Okay.
If I go that far, I think twice in one day is
Pushing your luck a little bit.
Yeah.
yeah. I get the feeling it only narrowly didn't see me, if I'm honest.
Great.
I
I feel really good about this whole prospect.
It was like I was right next to its eye and it happened to be looking in another direction.
That suggests that its attention can be focused elsewhere. Therefore, it can't see everything all at once.
If you could see everything all at once, it'd just be a matter of sifting through the noise.
I suppose.
Seeing everything all at once would become a bit overwhelming. You wouldn't be able to focus on it all the time, would you?
Depends how big your brain was, but I suppose.
I think anyone would have to focus on some of it to some capacity, so maybe some of it would become a bit irrelevant and small. But I don't know, that's just my theory. I don't have a god brain.
Well,
None of us do.
speak for yourself.
The Goat Lord.
Well, yes, quite.
Celestia drops to her knees. All hail the Goat Lord in their mighty
Oh, stop it.
pinkness.
Get up. Stop
Barfan.
that.
Be the goat. I'm not very good at Why did anyone think I could be a cleric? I say getting to my feet. Why did
I'm
anyone think
great
I
at-
could do this?
I'm really good at praying, as it turns out.
Ugh, apparently you are, yes.
So it would seem.
So,
It's not that hard, you just got to ask nice.
you've
It depends who you're talking to, darling.
throughout your
Yeah.
chatter, you've taken some time, you've rested, you've bandaged your wounds. What is your next course of action?
I think I should look at the last time this was used. I'm just going to say it. I think I should do it. What does anyone else think?
Yeah, you might as well.
Just while we're here, you know.
Worst case scenario, we don't learn anything new.
Yeah. So,
Just be careful, okay?
Yeah.
I will. If it gets hot again, I'll come out. All right.
Okay.
We're here.
So how should I word this? Show me the last time this was used by someone?
Or the last person to use it.
Well,
I think the object...
We want to see the time it was used.
Yeah.
Alright, the last person to use it when they used it.
I think we're
There's an important
overcomplicating it.
distinction here. If you use objects past, you can only focus on the object, but you do not get a past tally.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay.
I don't have any sense of that, do I?
You have a sense that you are aware that detect objects past is
a
known
real spell.
Is a known spell. So you have a feeling that it's safer somehow than using the eye in a different way.
I feel a bit better about looking at the thing. Feels a bit
Yeah.
less weird.
Alright.
Also, looking at the person who's using the altar, we can do that from another time. We don't have to do that here and now.
Yeah, let's really...
Just do the one that's here and now.
So, show me this altar the last time it was used by someone. Good wording?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds alright.
I sit down, I spin the eye, I say that sentence again.
You plunge down into the water. Instantly for you. For everyone else, you're staring for 10 minutes. And descend down. But not far. Relatively high up, still in the light blue waters, a bubble approaches. You are in a pitch dark chamber. It is the same chamber. The door is sealed now. It is almost in the same state as before, except that all the prayer mats are all in a nice orderly fashion. Then you hear the sound of stone being moved by crowbar, and with a heavy sort of you watch as a team of figures. There's a few. It's interesting actually. There's a team of figures. You see a couple of half-orcs pushing the way, but you watch as a group of tieflings with, you'd say, probably about a dozen figures, the majority of them tieflings. I want to say 8 tieflings, a couple of half-orcs, and a couple of humans push their way into the chamber. One of them peers around. Oh, would you look at this? At least there's nothing trying to kill us in this one. Oof. Do not push your luck.
Yeah, really, darling. I mean, that's pretty much the worst sentence you could say.
There's one of the half-orcs goes, I'm sorry, are you trying to get us killed?
Yes.
Do not say something like that, yeah?
I'm with you, I say to the hawk.
And shake their heads. They all step out of the way. Nothing seems to happen, but you watch some of them, their eyes follow something that you can't see passing between them. And then afterwards, a figure steps through. Another tiefling. Tall. Purple skin.
Oh, God.
Long black hair. And a pair of curled goat-like horns.
Oh, fuck bollocks.
Blank crimson eyes. And a long burgundy and blue greatcoat. Thigh boots.
Oh, dear.
A sort of purple dyed leather bustier, and a lilac shirt.
Is there a resemblance other than the horns, like out of interest?
Roll an insight check.
It's decent actually. That's a 14.
There is
decent for me.
Definite familial resemblance.
Why
There's
would you say that? No!
Something about the cheekbones, they're not quite the jawline, the shape of the eyes, they look a bit like Scamp might look if they were a bit more grown up.
But purple.
But purple rather than pink. They also have, looking at when this was, They also have at their belt a whip, a pistol, actually 3 pistols in a little bandolier across their chest, and a familiar-looking sword. It's scabbarded, but you recognise the handle, and you know that along that has an adamantine alloy blade with a repeating wave pattern along its edge.
Oh, double
At
fuck.
some point, she clearly lost her sword, Riptide, to a bunch of dwarves.
Oh.
You have no idea how that happened.
So she goes, oh, fuck. And then looks at the whip. Has a little moment where she kind of looks away from it, closes her eyes, takes a breath, gets
Appears
back
to
in
be
the
a
room.
perfectly ordinary style whip. She looks up and around. Well, it's certainly taken some time to get here, hasn't it? She looks ahead. There's a pause. No, you make a good point. True. We should not waste time.
Oh, fuck.
She steps forwards, her feet clattering on the stone tiles, as the sailors, surely pirates, frankly, look around. You see them kind of kick a couple of the prayer mats aside, looking on the off chance of treasure. They do actually find a handful of small, silvery sort of little statuettes of animal figures. Like, yeah, I'm looking forward to this. The tiefling calls back, no, it goes in the pile with the rest. But Captain, we've got to take something. It goes in the pile with the rest. When the time is right, we come back for this. Don't worry, you'll get your cut. They sulkily pass the statuettes off to a tiefling holding a bag. They get piled in. You watch as the tiefling steps up towards the altar. There are the 7 silver skulls on it.
They were there already.
They are there already.
Okay.
She looks down, looks up at it. No, you are right. Just in case, and she reaches to something at her chest, under the bustier, you can't see what. Just in case someone tries to look back at this moment.
Fuck.
She...
All of these fucks are in character, by the way, just in case someone was wondering.
She raises... You notice... she pulls off a glove, and you notice underneath it there is something like a ring of... like a 5-piece ring. 5-ring piece. It's like 5 silvery, slightly different silvery coloured rings attached to like a little chain piece.
Like a bracelet?
Yeah, like one, like one of those.
Cool.
It's an old style of ring of jewellery. And she mutters a few words, just making motions in the air with that hand, and presses her hand forward.
Looks wizardy, yeah?
Yeah, looks very wizardy. Okay, you should be fine. Do you want to give it to me? She smiles.
Who are you fucking talking
Reaches
to?
forward, and out of nowhere you see what looks like a gold chain with a little orange crystal on the end is passed to her. As she places it around her neck, she vanishes from sight. But just before she does so, she says, "Are you sure, my love?" There's a moment of hesitation. Very well. She places it fully around her neck, vanishes. There is... You watch as the other figures, the other pirates, all watch.
Look like they can see.
They look like they can see whatever's happening,
Okay.
but you can't. And some of them look fearful, others hopeful, Some just a little uncomfortable. You step around and you can kind of see... you can see still on a little ledge behind the altar, there is the adamantine bladed knife. It disappears.
Mm-hmm.
There is a pause, and then various members of the crew just react, and then seem to stare at something. You can't even see whatever else is happening. There just seems to be a mixture of awe and wonder. And then the last thing you see is just this pause, followed by flickering lights in the eyes, and slightly different shades of different colour.
In the eyes of what?
Of the little skulls. And then one by one, they vanish. They seem to be gone. You're still there, and you don't hear anything, but one of the sailors nods. Of course, Captain. They call out, "Bring the bodies in!" You see as a number of bodies come in. There are a couple of tieflings.
Dead bodies.
They appear to be dead bodies. Some of them don't appear to be of the same crew, though. They seem to be other sailors, but they don't. They look almost like maybe some of them actually are not particularly fresh. They look like they've been pickled and kept, maybe from some previous engagement. Only a couple are fresh, and they, you notice, are tiefling bodies with gouges in them reminiscent of the scythes of the Reapers. There is a pause, and then you watch as shadows flit around the room and then into the bodies. The flesh shudders and the bones... It's as if the flesh melts off the bones, leaving just kind of puddly flesh bits on the floor. And the...
Oh, puddly flesh bits is not a
it's
phrase
not
I
fun.
ever needed to hear.
And the skeletons stand up, tilt their heads as if listening to commands you can't hear, and then gather their equipment. They move into the same positions they were in when you first opened the room. Six with muskets up by the altar, 6 close enough to charge at whoever might come through the door. And you watch as the sailors leave and, through the aid of ropes or something, manage to close the door after them. And the bubble closes in around you, and you return to the surface.
Can I just look at Scamp? Sit down.
It's all fine and you saw nothing, right?
How much do you want to know?
Anything you say can't be as bad as what I can imagine.
I'm gonna shit myself if you're not related.
Great.
Purple, ram's horns. Same as yours. Similar features, actually.
I'm gonna go cut my face off now, okay?
Please don't.
You have a different jawline, and your eyes are kinder. If that helps.
How bad was it?
I didn't see all of it. It was weird. I think they had something that shielded them from me looking at them.
Right.
I mean, I'm not gonna say all of it in character.
Yeah.
I narrate the story as gently as I can, I want to say.
Yeah.
At the point I talk about her talking to an invisible person.
Invisible
Again,
and inaudible.
Invisible and inaudible. And I kind of again have a moment of hesitation. She called them my love. So, I mean, horribly, we have to consider the possibility that I didn't just see potentially your mother.
Ugh.
And I don't know what they did. Again, I narrate the rest of the story.
Yeah.
And I basically fill them in as fully as I can, as gently as I can, and struggling to make eye contact at certain points.
Did you get a sense of how long ago that was?
Not that long. I don't know how long, obviously. It never tells me in numbers. But comparatively pretty recent.
Yeah.
Alright.
The people that were skeletons were dead already. I don't know if that helped.
The weapons and tools that they had were relatively intact and cared for in that vision,
Yeah.
in a manner that they are not now.
I think also, Corzin, can I have a look at your sword? Your new one.
Yeah. He takes it out.
Yeah, that's it. That's hers.
Oh, good.
I saw-
So we got.
I thought this was new made by the dwarves.
No. Nope. I
Huh.
think maybe they, well, they either took it off her or took it back, perhaps.
Well, not now, but might be worth doing a objects passed on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only got one more today, so I do worry
Yeah, not
about
today.
He sheathes it again and says, no, not right now, but...
But when we've got a bit of time.
Yeah.
Of course, why not, you know? Oh shit, we could find out a lot about her from that sword, couldn't we?
That's what I mean. But also just, like...
Depends. Detect objects past is kind of focused around things that were done with that object.
Mm-hmm.
So if something involved that object, you can find out about it. But if like the object was just present somewhere, then it's a good chance that the spell will glide off over that, because it kind of focuses on moments of importance that relate to the object.
Okay, cool.
So, like, if you wanted to look at, say, like, if we can imagine a situation in which maybe she had Riptide when she had her first kiss, show me your owner's first kiss is not going to give you
It's
a result
gotta-
unless she
That's
stabbed
like
whoever
too
she
many
kissed.
steps away.
Yeah,
It can't just be an event that happened when somebody had it on them. It's got to be something done with the object.
yeah. It
You
needs
could say, show me when you stabbed X person.
yes, and if that
Yeah.
happened, it will show it.
Yeah. But you couldn't say, show me when your owner went to the shop yesterday, because that wasn't using the knife.
The
Yeah.
nature of the divination magic relies on it relating to the object itself.
Cool, that makes sense to me.
Could you look at the moment where it first came into that person's possession?
Probably.
That'd tell us something.
Scamp, how you doing?
Yeah, how are you, Scamp?
So you couldn't see or hear this other person?
Not at all, no, not for the whole time. But the crew could. Which makes me think that it wasn't... It makes me think that it wasn't like friend. Because that's what I thought when she was talking to somebody who I couldn't see. Like, it was like when you talk to friend, but the thing is, I think the crew could see them.
So
Is that
like,
right, love?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they seem to be reacting to something you couldn't see or hear.
Yeah.
So was it like this item, whatever it was, rendered them invisible and inaudible to you specifically, but
Yeah,
to
it was
no one else who was present?
Unscribable.
It was a gold chain with an orange crystal, and she said, just in case anybody looks back at this, and she put it on.
So some people can't be scryed on because of magic. There's magic that stops being seen.
Yeah, but it's not just scryed, it's... She was looking for this specifically. Past
But
magic.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, objects past is a spell, so I suppose that doesn't necessarily mean she knows about
And
the eye.
It didn't break the scry, it just stopped her being seen.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
And then
'Cause you
anything
can't
she
scry on
interacted
scry-
with disappeared too.
Yeah, she literally disappeared when she put it on. It was that bold,
Right.
Yeah.
Have you used all the charges in your bowl? Because I think maybe you need some chocolate. Just as a thought.
No, I'm alright.
Okay.
Are you sure?
No, but I don't want to rely on things like that when I'm sad.
Fair enough, but
Celestia looks away. Like,
Corzin puts a gentle
tries
hand on their
visibly
shoulder.
not to have a reaction to that. Would you like a hug or anything?
No.
Okay.
'Cause we can't stop right now, and if I have a hug, I'll need to stop.
If you have a hug, you might start crying, and then, yeah.
Yes?
Right, that's fair. Well, is there anything that would
You'll
help
have
at
one in
all?
reserve then.
I don't know.
Okay. How about getting out as fast as possible? Would that help?
Maybe.
Get everything done.
No.
Get back to a place where it's better.
I feel like we're still missing something here, but that might just be me.
All right. Is there anything else you wish to do in this chamber, or are you ready to leave? By the way, there are still 2 very valuable gems just on the
Oh,
wall.
yeah.
Yeah, I think Corzin
Are
is
they
going
easier
to
to
be
pry
eyeing them
out
up.
now
Maybe
I've
get them.
desecrated this temple?
It's actually incredibly easy to pry them out. The cracks have actually spread partly into where they're socketed in. You can just take them
I'm
out with your
sorry,
hands.
I'm going to say as I take them.
You take them immediately. Nothing happens.
Statue.
You gain you gain a very valuable
I'm
onyx and a very
sorry, the
valuable
statue
opal.
coming to life paranoia
Oh
in
yeah,
D&D
absolutely,
is
absolutely.
rife.
But in
Come
this
on.
case, no. It's you just gain 2 valuable gems.
I feel bad about that. This was a important place once before it became whatever it is now.
A long, long time ago, darling.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I
it
know.
hasn't been changed much, so...
It hasn't, but there's also probably nobody alive who feels anything towards it anymore.
No,
So we're not really going to make anyone sad.
true.
Maybe I'm just a mean person, but it's a
No,
shame.
it's
But
okay.
it's I don't know. I don't feel guilty necessarily.
That's fair.
Okay. Are you ready to leave?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go get
Yeah, I
the
think
With
treasure.
so.
some effort, you lever open the door, and there is something carved into the plain stone, crudely scratched into place. There is what appears to be a short message in Dwarven.
Oh.
What does that say?
It's in the Dwarven equivalent of like capital letters. Like it's just carved very simply, very crudely with a metal, quite deeply into the stone. It like cracks in places. And with your broken Dwarvish, you're actually able to read it. It says, "He gave us no voice."
Was that there before?
No.
No.
When did
The
that happen?
golem came past.
Yeah, we heard some scratching from outside, but they didn't actually come in.
That's all.
He gave us no voice.
I hate this. This is awful.
Their creator?
But they have what? Okay,
They can't speak.
Well, that's true.
They can't speak aloud, but clearly they understand language. Message, does that require speaking? It does, doesn't it?
It does. It is speech dependent.
Sending doesn't, does it?
Sending doesn't, but I'm really worried it's going to come here and kill us if we
Oh,
send
let's
to
not
it.
do it now, but maybe when we're not in the evil temple.
When we're
and you've
not
got-
here. Yeah. When we're, back at Destin's.
Yeah.
It can run around all it likes thinking we're there. If it's not, I don't know what I'm saying.
You move, regardless, you're able to move on to the last chamber, the one you visited before, which completes this this tour and this excavation of this pyramid. You find the throne room piled with various valuables, the collated treasure that was, well, the less easily stuffed into a backpack treasure. You already took the most valuable pieces, but there is still a large amount, several wheelbarrows full, in fact. And of course there is also the toppled throne that Acedian was on, and Acedian's rotting, decapitated remains.
You bought your dancing shoes?
No, you dance on graves. You don't dance on corpses. That's gross, Corzin.
Figure of speech.
And the ominous black door.
How rotten is it? How disgusting is it?
Pretty disgusting. It's been a few months.
Is there anything like squishy left in it, or is it all dry and gross?
Dry and gross, I'd say, by this point.
I do a small pirouette on it.
Very
there was a little bit of squishy left in there.
I take a bow.
Oh.
Make a performance check.
Something that's like loads.
You do
21.
You do an elegant pirouette on your enemy's corpse.
You're both
fuck
disgusting.
You, and fuck you, and fuck you again. Thank you.
Of course, there is the huge black adamantine door reading
No, there
only
isn't. We
death
don't look
beyond.
at it. We don't even look at the damn thing.
Nope. I literally avert my eyes.
Yep.
So, to bring
Does it
this
look
together...
in any way changed from the last time we were there?
Nope, exactly the same as last time.
That's all Corzin would be interested in.
Smoothing together the business, it ends up taking, with the wheelbarrows, it ends up taking you a couple of days, and I'm going to say a total of 6 teleport circle trips.
Wow.
To get all of the treasure back to Destined. However, that is because you collect 9 wheelbarrows worth of...
Wow.
Well, 8 wheelbarrows plus the Reaper parts full of treasure.
Oh, wow.
Now, it's not necessarily all, high value by density treasure.
The Grimani's are going to be so confused.
But
we just pop in every couple of days with another few wheelbarrows, like, hello. So fucking
Don't
weird.
ask.
Yeah, having worked
Just
out
assume we've been looting.
Having worked out the patrol patterns of the Reapers and the Dunin, you are able to easily sidestep them during these traverses, and you successfully loot the pyramid of Kibir Nagash of everything of value on the surface. Who knows what treasures lie beyond, alongside death?
I believe the door was pretty specific in that only
Only
death.
death. Yeah, it did say only death, Jason.
So, we're going to bring
It didn't say
this...
death and treasure.
It said only death. I mean,
Because if there was death and treasure,
it
we'd
would have
have
said
opened
death and
that
treasure
thing up.
beyond.
Yeah.
Only death
would have been right
and
in
also
there.
some treasure beyond.
So, before we bring this archaeological adventure to its close, having piled all of this treasure into place, you now face the task of, first of all, converting it into money, which is likely going to involve a trip to Gunter, and secondly,
Gunter.
actually crewing your new ship.
Oh no. Oh yeah.
Recruitment episode.
But that is an adventure for next time.
Adventure of recruitment.
Episode.
It shall be an adventure, I'm sure.
So, thank you all very much for playing. Thank you all very much for listening. And farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s.
Who needs to delve into the past? Awaken memories like a ghast. Why make a fuss and scream and shout? We might not like what we find out.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.